And it's 5:15. We recording this. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. This is the June 2, 2026 meeting of the City of Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals, Zoning. Present here today are Gordon Huey, Kathy McKay, Ron Richards, Allison Grass, John Bennett, and me, your chair, Jeff Tibbles. Present from the planning staff are Robert Summerfield and Chris Swalha. These proceedings are being recorded, and we ask that those who speak, please identify yourself for the record. We will conduct this meeting in the usual fashion. We will first receive information from city staff about the application and their recommendation. If the recommendation is favorable and no one objects to the application, the matter is uncontested. The Board of Zoning Appeals usually, but not always, approves uncontested applications. For all applications, the board reserves the right to ask questions of the staff, applicant, or others in attendance prior to rendering a decision. If, however, the city recommends against the application, or if there is opposition to the application, we treat the application as contested and hear from the applicant and anyone else who is in favor of the application. Next, we hear from anyone opposed, followed by a short rebuttal from the applicant. We then close the public hearing portion of the meeting for that particular application and open discussion to the Board of Zoning Appeals members only. We will then make a decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application. The Board of Zoning Appeals zoning has the authority to do three things. Number one, hear appeals to decisions of the zoning administrator. Number two, grant special exceptions, a fact-finding function of the board. And number three, grant variances to the zoning ordinance if the application meets the hardship test outlined in section 54-924 of the ordinance. The board may deliberate and make a final decision on a matter by a majority vote of members present at the hearing and qualified to vote, provided that not less than a quorum is both present and qualified. However, an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board members present and voting will be required before a use variance. For a variance to be granted, the Board of Zoning Appeals must make the following findings. A, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. B, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. C, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And D, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. I'm required by our city's ordinance to ask you to swear to tell the truth if you intend to speak. So if you do intend to speak, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You'll signify by saying, I do. I do. All right, we don't have any deferrals. We do have a little bit more to go on the introduction relating to procedures and the conduct of the hearing. We are a group of volunteer board members, and we do have certain rules regarding how these meetings will operate. We do have certain time limits. And so we have a 10-minute time limit for applicants and proponents to speak. That's collectively as a group. That's a cumulative 10 minutes. We also have a 10-minute limit for those who are opposed to the application. Again, that's cumulative. We do have a 3-minute time limit for a rebuttal. And so, although I do have the discretion and the authority to extend those time limits if it's in the best interest of the city, the public, and the board, but please bear those time limits in mind when you speak. Please identify a spokesperson when you can to speak on behalf of a certain group. Please also be respectful to all of the other speakers, and try to get through this meeting as quickly and as efficiently as we can. All right. First item on our agenda A, review of minutes and deferred applications from previously advertised BZA-Z agendas. Number one, review minutes of the May 5th, 2026 meeting. Board members, draft meeting minutes have been circulated to you in your packet of materials for this meeting. This is the motion. Approval. And Mr. Bennett moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second that.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Mr. Huey, I think you've abstained. Everybody else was in attendance, and so the motion to approve the minutes for the May 5th meeting are that motion is approved.
I'm sorry, that's
Yeah,
May.
there's a typo, I think. No, okay.
Which is the 5th or 19th? 19th.
All right, so we've got May 19th minutes.
Yeah.
I'll just let the record reflect that these are the May 19 meeting minutes that were approved by a vote of 5-0. Mr. Huey was second. All right. The next item on our agenda. A2, 829 5th Avenue, Maryville, Ashleyville, Council District 9. PMS number 418-11-00-159, zoned SR2, requesting a special exception under section 54-501 and requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build a single-family detached dwelling unit on a lot of insufficient size, 3,999 square feet existing, 6,000 square feet are required, with a 5-foot west side setback and a 5-foot east side setback, 9 feet and 9 feet are required. The owner is David Backman. The applicant is Northway Low Country 2026 LLC. Mr. Summers.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here, kind of mid-block on 5th Avenue, just a little west of Main Street. You can see the footprint of the what the building that was there before, what's going to be proposed. I will note, and we'll see the aerial here in a second. It is important as part of staff's recommendation to note that the previous building for this site was very much on the property line there. There was no setback on the western side at all. And so just as a part of our recommendation, that is a big part of our consideration for our recommendation. And then you can see the aerial here that showed that the previous building there. Let's see. So you can see the what will be the previous building. So you can see the existing structure here in the current property photos. Is a one-story building that looks like masonry CMU. You can see the survey where the existing house is in white, and then where the where you have the overhang there. So what they are proposing to do is construct a new home on the site, maintaining the lower profile, although it would be while the zoning would allow a two-story, full two-story structure. They are proposing, I think this qualifies as 1.5 story structure for the site. They are centering the building on the lot. So while they are requesting variances, those variances are actually improving the existing non-conforming situation as to setbacks by moving the structure, or placing the structure, I should say, central on the site. But in doing so, that does result in maintaining some encroachment on the on the west side, and then would have a somewhat minor, it could be argued, encroachment on the east side in order to accomplish that goal. The parking would be to the front, which is not abnormal in this area of Maryville, Ashleyville. There are letters that are part of your public comment packet that were submitted in support by folks in the area. This application has been deferred previously should be fully eligible for acting on this evening. Two items before you. One is the special exception for the lot of insufficient size, as is pretty consistent for staff. We recommend approval of these special exceptions, particularly in a situation like this where you have lots that existed before the current zoning rules. They were platted. This lot is in some ways a little smaller than what we typically see in Maryville, Ashleyville. Usually they're closer to the above the 4,000, between 4,000 and 5,000. A lot of those lots originally started out as the 100 by 50. Obviously the zoning that has been placed in that area presently requires the 6,000 square feet. This one does have two setback variances, as I talked about. Again, we believe from a staff perspective, this is putting back something of comparable size, but it's improving the situation by reducing that substandard element on the west side of the property, and providing additional space between the living area in this home that's proposed and those neighboring properties. So with that, staff is recommending approval of both the special exception and the variance.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here who is in opposition to the applications for 829 Fifth Avenue? See your hand. We'll hear. Do we have somebody from the owner applicant present? Okay. Mr. Backman, anything you'd like to say?
No, I'm just here to support and answer any questions that you may have. Chris Ramsey, representative of Northway Homes.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Ramsey? We'll allow you an opportunity for rebuttal once we hear from the personal people who are opposed to the applications. All right, anybody else in support?
My apologies, but if you have a cell phone, if you could make sure that that is on silent mode, just because the speakers pick up everything in the room and it can make it very difficult for the recording. So please, if you do have a cell phone, please put it in silent. Thank you.
Anybody else in support of the application for 829 Fifth? All right, seeing no one else in support, we'll hear from anyone in opposition.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Higgins, and I'm president of the Maryville Asheville Neighborhood Association. Our neighborhood association does not support Mr. Chris Ramsey's request to build on a lot of insufficient size and also to have variances on this property. We would ask the board not to approve. In reference to the two properties that are on the side, 827, Mr. Raymond Hunter, the owner of 827, wanted to be here this evening to voice his opinion. However, he is an engineer and involved in a bridge project. He said he did try to make it, but he wanted me to say that he does oppose the variance because it will not have adequate size, space between the properties. His property in particular is what he's speaking about. I have not been able to get in touch with the owner of 831 Fifth Avenue, but the space between 829 and 831, as Mr. Summerfield mentioned, is a very narrow space. We measured it again today, and the present space is less than 3 feet there presently. Now, I don't think it was made clear by Mr. Summerfield that a house is already on this property. It's not a previous house. The house is there present. And I would like to ask Mr. Ramsey is, of course, he didn't mention that of course, he plans to tear down that house. That was not emphasized in his, in the introduction. In addition, I would also like to add that David Blackwell is listed as the owner of this property. Mr. David Blackwell. Mr. David Blackwell is deceased. And this issue needs to be clarified as who is the owner of the property. Mr. David Blackwell is deceased. Got this information from his former sister-in-law, Sherry Davis. When Mr. Blackwell passed, he was over 80 years old when he died. So I'm not sure who the owner of the property is. We tried to reach the Backmans, and I knew of Tim Backman, who lived in that house, but was not able to reach him to actually clarify things with him. But the person he has listed, Mr. David Backman, is deceased, and that issue needs to be clarified in terms of who owns the property. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Just real quick while you're there, is you had referred to Blackwell, is it Backman?
That's Batman, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's my mistake. It's
All right.
Mr. Batman.
And then it looks as though adjacent to this property, 829 Fifth Avenue, there's 827, and you spoke with that owner, and he's the engineer.
That's
right.
right. I spoke to
And
him.
then on the other side, it looks like that address is 833.
It's 8:30, okay, I thought it was 8:31.
I'm just looking at a GIS
That's fine.
record, and I'm not certain.
I know. Right next door to that property.
Okay, and so did you speak with the owner of that property as well?
No, I did not speak with the owner of 833 or 831, whichever is the appropriate address. It's next door to the property at 829.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I see that, at least on the survey, it appears as though the owners of what I'm showing to be 833 from the application packet.
Yes.
Peter Lawrence Bolt and Logan Claire Stevens. Is that?
You know, I don't, they have been very long, but I don't know them. Maybe we can attempt to speak with them.
And then on the other side, the owners of 827 are referenced as Lena Bell McPherson, Joseph Butler, and Lou Esther Delasine, I think. It's a very small print.
Sorry, the owner.
It looks like. And who is the engineer?
Raymond Hunter is the engineer. He is he lives in the house presently, and his mother owned the house previously, and he lives in that house presently.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, I also add that Mr. Ramsey did not meet with the Neighborhood Association, and we did not speak with him. I did contact him and invited him to our meeting, but he was not able to attend. And when I contacted him, we really wanted to know what type of house he wanted to build on the property. At that time, he said he did not know what type of house he wanted to build on the property. So he has not been communicated with the Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
And Ms. Higgins, I think we've got one more question for you, board member.
Was just gonna let you know that we did receive a letter from Tim Backman on behalf of David Backman. And I think Mr. Summerfield, you just went past it a minute ago.
Yeah.
If you want to put that up.
Okay.
It's that letter.
It's this one, but this has yeah, it's the one, there's a second
Yeah,
page that has the signature.
The signature.
Yeah.
Shows this.
That's when you said Mr. Tim Batman.
Yeah,
Says from Tim Backman on behalf, and it starts off, I'm writing on behalf of the family of David Backman to express our strong support for the requested special exception related to insufficient lot size and the variance to the side yard setbacks for the subject property, and then it goes on.
I mentioned that because you have in the agenda that David Batman is the owner of the property, which is incorrect information. Thank you so much.
All right, anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition to the application? I see no one else in opposition. So we have the applicant who would like to respond.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so staff did just verify with county records, so David Backman is still the listed owner per county records for the property, so if he has passed away, it would be his estate effectively. And then I did want, Mr. Chairman, you were asking about the neighborhood. So the ownership information on the survey is current as of 2 months ago. So the survey is only 2 months old. So while there may be other people living there, the ownership is should be as it's signed and stamped on the survey, at least as of 2 months ago.
All right, thank you. Sure.
I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. I appreciate the insight, Ms. Higgins. I was out of the country during your neighborhood meeting, so I apologize to that. But again, as Mr. Summerfield had mentioned, we are just trying to replace the existing home that is currently encroaching over the setback and is frankly an eyesore and uninhabitable within the neighborhood. We tried to come up with something that was going to be as comparable as we possibly could, while economically feasible. That was going to be make the project worthwhile for all of us and be and something that would be in demand for our buyers and homeowners. And we are not asking for something that I think would be overzealous or anything like that. The property directly across the street is something that is a little bit unusual for the neighborhood. Lots of new construction going on over there. Over 30 lots have been developed in this vicinity that have met or do not meet the requirement for size, the zoning sizing. So you guys have granted exception on that. And again, we're just trying to improve the neighborhood and then also replace the home with something that's a little bit more to today's standard.
Quick question, what's the width of the existing building on the lot?
27 feet.
27 feet.
Yes, sir.
This proposed is 30.
Yes, exactly. And we actually do have a letter of support from the neighbor that is 827, I believe, this guy.
Well, that's what I was wondering,
Right
because
here.
and it appears as though Ms. Higgins spoke with Mr. Hunter, although looks as though we've got a letter
That's him right there.
from Mr. Hunter. Yeah, that looks to me like an R and an H.
That is him. He's the engineer and he's the person that's living in the home.
And have you spoken with him?
Yeah, I was me that got that letter.
Okay, so you spoke with him directly and he signed that letter in your presence.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
And then I'll assume that you're working with the Tim Backman or the Backman family on the project.
Yeah, did it the estate. Selling the property.
Is that your purchase contract is with the estate?
That's correct.
So then Northway Low Country would be the owner.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, any other questions for the applicant? Very much so.
Thank you.
All right, questions, discussion?
Seems seems to me I don't know if you want something separate than the other. Special exception seems fairly straightforward. And really variance as well. I think, I recognize that it's a slight increase in the width of the house that's being proposed, but I think benefit the center of the building on the property line. Or no, I'll make a motion for approval of the special exception variance.
Mr. Summerfield, do you have any preference? Can we do the same both at the same time?
Yeah, if the motion is to do, yeah,
Okay,
it's only if there's diverging thoughts that I would ask that you do them separately.
all right. So we have a motion pending for approval of both the special exception and the variance. Is there a second? All right, Ms. Grass seconds the motion. We'll now vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes and the special exception and variance for 829 Fifth Avenue are granted. All right. Thank you all. Next item on our agenda, B3, 842 Minnie Street, Maryville, Ashleyville, Council District 9. PMS number 418-11-00-119 and SR2 BZA 2026-002358, requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a detached single-family dwelling unit on a lot of insufficient size, 4,278 square feet for existing, 6,000 square feet of required. The owner is Antoinette Allen, applicant is Ford Smith. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you can see, or the board rather, you can see the property here on Union Street. This is just a little east of Sycamore Avenue. You can see the lot, again, this is Maryville, Ashleyville, where we have zoning, meaning SR2 that has an expectation of a 60-foot by 100-foot lot essentially. But most of Maryville, Ashleyville was platted well before any current ideas of those zoning requirements were. In fact, much of the community, again, was platted in the 5,000-ish square feet range. So the lot of insufficient size is a regular application that we do receive. This is a single-family residential lot. You can see here in the aerial of the neighborhood. This is again a lot that we fully support having a single-family home on, even though it does not meet the present zoning requirement. For that, you can see the rendering of the proposed house here, and site plan. Again, this is the proposed house. The variance will allow them to build a home here, so the house could change a little bit, but they still have to meet all zoning requirements. With that, staff is recommending approval with conditions with regard to the special exception. And the special exception or the condition would be because on this street, the context is that homes come further up. So there is a condition here that they not set the house so far back. And so we're proposing a condition that the proposed single family dwelling unit shall be sited towards the street in accordance with the provisions of section 54-506B. For those in the audience, that's the section of the code that allows us to reduce the front setback to allow a house that's being infilled to come up and be consistent with the other homes on the street. An updated site plan shall be submitted to the zoning division prior to submitting to permitting for review and approval, just so that we can verify that that condition is being met before permitting.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 842 Minnie Street? Yes, ma'am, I see you, Ms. Higgins. Right. Do we have the owner or applicant? I see you as well. Yes, sir, Mr. Smith, anything you'd like to say about?
Yes, sir. Obviously not asking for any variances, modest home, around 2,000 square foot. several parking spots as of now. I guess my only concern, which, I'd rather have a bigger backyard than home, will there be room for the 2 parking spots? If we're bringing it all the way up to those homes are really close to the street, do you want it to be brought all the way up? Or?
I want it to be brought up in line with the context of the existing homes. Based on your site plan, it looks like you have sufficient room to do a tandem driveway on the
Yeah,
side, and there's no
okay.
garage as a part of this, so it seemed like again, you can bring in a site plan that can build
Make it
the
happen.
house and make it happen.
Yeah, we can study it.
It's
and make it
zoning
happen.
compliant.
Okay, cool. Yep, other than that, not asking for any variances, modest home, just looking for a special exception to build another residence in the neighborhood. We kept our height under 30 feet as we normally tend to do, just because the neighborhood doesn't like super tall homes. And just look forward to bringing another good home to the community. We also met with Marcia and the neighbor next door on site, went over the plans with them. I know we were up for last month's meeting, but the sign was in the wrong yard, so we got deferred, but all in all, just trying to build another home that without any barriers.
All right, any questions for Mr. Smith? Thank you, sir. Anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the application for 842 Mini? Getting no one else in support, you'll hear from those in opposition.
Good evening, and we do appreciate Fort Smith meeting with us and talking about the property and the house he wants to build on the property. We do still have a question about the owner that's listed on the agenda. The owner is listed as Antoinette Allen as the owner, and I spoke with Miss Allen, I know her, and was asking her if she was going to be attending the last meeting, which was the May 19th meeting. I spoke with her on May 17th, and she informed me that she is not the owner of this property, and Mr. Fort Smith is not building a house at 842 Minnie Street for her. So she wanted that clarified. And also, in reference to not honoring the 25 feet setback that was discussed, and I think Mr. Smith agreed that he would honor that 25 feet setback. And the reason we want that is because you look at the houses that's up closer, that Mr. Summerfield indicated that he would like to see this house up closer. We have a problem with parking. Those houses do not have adequate parking. And we asked for 2 parking spaces. The house that would be next to this house, already there, don't have 2 parking spaces on the property. And so therefore, there's a problem with parking. And so we would prefer that the house is set back to 25 feet, as Mr. Ford Smith agreed to, and so that we can make sure that there is adequate parking on that street. Already have a terrible problem with parking. We have, I think, at least 4 cars is parked on that section of the street, and so we would like that to be honored. And in reference to the height of the houses, we didn't get to speak with the former Mr. Ramsey ahead of time, so we were not able to address some of these things with him. But as far as the height of the house, I thought I heard somebody said his house was going to be 30 feet. But we would like the house to be no higher than the house that's next to this property. That actually is across the street from this property. It's a 2-story house. And we would like to keep it in line it really destroys the character and the identity of our community. Now, to be very honest with you, it's already been destroyed. We're just trying to preserve as much as we can. Not an objection to new houses. It improves the community. But the only thing that we ask is that these houses are smaller. The houses now, and this, Maryville, Asheville, being sold, the new houses, 2-story, 3-story, from $600,000 to $800,000. We have requested of Mr. Summerfield and Ms. Gianna Johnson that a consideration is given to affordable houses being built on these small lots. That would certainly add to affordable houses availability. And it would help us in terms of the density of our community and the parking problem with the community. And Mr. Ford is willing to honor our request, and I don't see why it should not be honored. There's another issue with the property line, and those who are coming behind me will speak to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins.
I am Daniel Ansley. I reside next door to the proposed building.
The address, please.
I beg your pardon?
The address.
Oh, 840 Main Street. However, when the survey was done, a recent survey was done, it included some of my property. My survey was done in 1996, and I resided there since that time. So I'm not understanding how Antoinette Allen could be the owner of the property that, to my understanding, is already sold to this gentleman back here. So why is she requesting? I just need
Again,
a clarification.
To the county records. So for the record, according to the county records, the property still is in Miss Allen's possession. And according to the application, Mr. Ford is the applicant in his relationship to the owner, as is the prospective buyer. So again, in customary fashion, when there is a property purchase that requests any kind of entitlement, the purchase will be contingent on the granting of the entitlement, in this case, the special exception for a lot of insufficient size. So Ms. Allen is still the owner at present, as far as I know, and I'll look to Mr. Smith. And they have not closed on the property, so they may have a contract, but the property has not closed, so she remains the owner. I assume that, again, if the granting of the special exception occurs, that's one of the conditions of sale. I'm looking to Mr. Smith. And at that point, they would close on the property, and then a new deed would be recorded that would reflect whoever the new owner is.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. I think, I'm not sure, but it's my understanding that it was closed.
Yeah, according to the county records, it has not.
Okay, well, then what I want to understand is how would that affect my property? Since the fence, my fence does not show all of my property, but my hole is back there where my property was surveyed years ago. So does the current surveying changes from what it did in 96 when I purchased the property?
It shouldn't. I'm looking at the screen here. So this is the survey that was provided with the application. There does appear to be a fence between your property and the property in question that is not, that is more interior to your property. I don't know whose fence that is.
Is that your chain link fence?
That's what I changed my.
Okay, so that is on your property, and there is, according to my read of this survey here, or the site plan here, is that chain link fence does sit some small distance interior to your property, and is not
exactly on the property line. So it would appear that there is likely, you know, a few inches. Again, I'm not knowing what the scale is, but
There's space between
there's
the
space
fence
between the fence and the
line.
property line.
About approximately 2 feet, so.
Okay. But yeah, so it appears based on what the applicant has provided that yes, there is an acknowledgement that the property does not go all the way to the fence, that the fence is on your property, Ms. Ashley.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
All right, anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition?
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Cedric Smalls. He's not in here, but Angela Frazier is my sister. We both came in together. We border this property on two sides, 950 Sycamore and 837 Sycamore. So there you go, that's us there, and then that's there. What I would like to say is that your wording is me being in opposition. I am not here saying that I'm in opposition. That is not what I'm saying. What I am here, now that I understand what's going on, is that I would just say to the developer that they would put somewhere a note in the water runoff. Whatever setbacks you all agree to is not an issue with us. We would be in support of the setbacks. But we are saying water runoff because we do have a problem in those two lots with the water runoff. So when he develops what he develops, to have notes to consider that. That's it for us.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition? I see no one in opposition. We are back to Mr. Smith. You want to respond to that?
Yep, just in regards to her survey question, like when I met her on the property, she mentioned that. As you guys pointed out, it does show that she has some property on the opposite side of the fence. We normally build a new fence when we build these homes. We could certainly shift that for her if she wants to tear out the fence, so that it's exactly on her line. Obviously, that doesn't have a ton to do with today. Regarding the water runoff, obviously we have to do proper grading and drainage. Normally we have gutters on our homes. We will surely take that into consideration as any developer should. And again, just look forward to bringing another home to the neighborhood.
And the city has proposed a condition, and you heard Ms. Higgins on the 25-foot set. Is there a 25-foot setback that they apply? So is that something that you can live with?
I can make either one work, whatever you guys want to do.
And there was also a concern expressed by Ms. Higgins about the height. Is there?
I wouldn't have any leeway on the height. You know, I've already been trying to be respectful, keeping it under 30 feet. The application before didn't have any limitation on height. You know, you're allowed to go up to 35 feet. I believe that that's a very fair height for this property.
And finally, what is the status of your contract?
I'm under contract with Miss Allen I have it on my phone. Through the, I'm not closed, no. Hopefully close shortly after this potentially. This was a deal that was on the physical MLS on the market, so there's a realtor involved. I believe it to be above board. I don't think there's any issue in terms of contract.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, I do have a quick question. Maybe it's because I'm not clear. Maybe Robert, maybe this is a question for you. I apologize, Mr. Smith, thank you. Is the intent with the condition that the two parking would be shortened, that driveway would be shortened, then you have side by side parking?
Yes, so yeah, so if you look here at the rendering, so the idea would be, and this would be just like you see and I'll go back to the aerial, the gentleman who spoke that's sister's home is on Sycamore. They have two parallel spaces. So the idea would be, from a staff perspective, is we would like this frontage to be in parallel with the neighboring frontages, which would likely shorten it. I don't think it comes all the way up to the right of way. I think it would shorten that less than the 25 feet. That would be the normal setback, but then you have a tandem driveway here. Because I don't think they would then have sufficient space in front of the porch if they moved it up. Hearing Ms. Higgins, if the board feels like that is a more appropriate thing and the neighborhood is okay with the fact that, I mean, because I heard two different things there. I heard one thing was, well, we can break the neighborhood context to set the house back further than the other houses, but then we have a concern about neighborhood context because we have a range of housing sizes that don't quite go up to the 35-foot that would be allowed by code. So that, I think, is in y'all's hands as the decision makers. From a staff perspective, we generally want to maintain as much of the street context as possible, which means that if houses are traditionally closer to the street, we would like the new homes, the infill homes, to meet with that. However, if there's a concern that for whatever reason that just having two side parking spaces is more preferable by the neighborhood and the development team, that's what they want to do. Again, it's our recommended condition, but it's not, you know, not a kind of thing. It's a for your consideration.
Yeah, home next door as well is probably 30 to the left of the, I don't know if you have a street view.
Don't have I don't have a street view, but like I said, this is what we were thinking, that this would basically be mirrored on this lot.
Yeah,
So that you would have the,
basically gonna have, I guess, about 9 foot for someone to open their car door.
yeah, and then, like I said, like if you look, there does appear to be some of the right of way that is probably unimproved. And so that makes it look like these homes are pushed back further from the street than they are, but the reality is from the property line. So we would be looking for, again, not necessarily something right over the property line, something in line with, as you would look down this street.
Yeah.
You can kind of see a consistent frontage even here, while this house is set back a little further because of the ramping, you actually do come out closer to the street. Again, not 25 feet, not 0 feet, something consistent with the other properties is the purpose of that condition. Which again is why we had requested that we see it in the zoning division prior to submitting for permitting, so that we can just ensure that that alignment works and we can sign off on whatever that front setback is.
That wouldn't create a need for a variance.
No, the language in the code allows staff to make that adjustment for the purpose of aligning with the neighboring homes. So that does not require variance. And again, we believe there's more than sufficient to meet the parking requirement, because on a single family residential, you can have tandem parking needs.
So a lot of that, I think, really weighs into the character of the neighborhood. And you know, I'm sort of thinking to myself, as you set it back, the height becomes slightly less intense as it's not right up on the street. I would really appreciate, I think, maybe some I don't know if it would be helpful to get thoughts from the neighbors on the character of how that might weigh into it, but I think that'd be beneficial to get them to answer that question. Reference standpoint. I know that's been talked about previously, but.
So we got the
Question from Ms. Higgins.
Would be Ms. Higgins. If you don't mind, I have a quick question for you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. When we consider the character of the neighborhood and a number of the houses in that neighborhood all align the front facade down the street, that's fairly consistent. My question to you is it preferable from a neighborhood character standpoint to maintain that and have the house pulled forward slightly, recognizing that will necessarily make it feel slightly taller because it's a third of the height? Or would you rather see it set further back so you can maintain that 2 parking space side by side in front?
And Mr. Chairman, through you, this is a good visual here. So again, not talking about bringing it all the way forward, but you can see the alignment of the neighboring property. So it would be bringing it, this front of the house somewhere up in this range. Again, it's not got to be an exact, bring out to the level, but in doing that though, you're going to cut off enough of the parking that you would not be able to do a dual side or a side by side parking.
There would still be a tandem parking for two
Correct, just like we have.
if they pulled it
Along the
forward.
side of the house.
Or would that not be a variance? When you are setting it back and they, that would be approving a variance. If the builder is okay with it. And we are concerned because of the parking. It is a serious problem in that section of the street. We already have 4 cars parking on that street. And, but we don't have anything, one, and the other, the house is, the 3, is the new house is being built. It's a house that's already there, and it's a 3rd house on the opposite side. That 3rd house on the opposite side is set back further than the house in the middle. So there would not be any consistency there in terms of, with the lineup of the houses. So that's not accurate. And so the parking is more important for us than that. And also setting it back with the house being probably 30 feet, he said you can go as high as 35. That house would not stand out so bad in terms of the height of it in comparison to the other surrounding houses.
And just to be clear, if the parking is either in the front of the house or tandem, it will still accommodate 2 cars. So either way, you'll still have the two cars will be allowed.
Would one be on the side, will they be side by side?
In a tandem
Yeah,
situation,
tandem
I
is-
think they're,
Front and
One in
back,
front of the other.
If it's set
in
back.
line with each other. So if it's on the side of the house, they would be parked one in front of the other. And then if it's in the front, they would be side by side.
You would prefer the side by side. People have company. And so we would prefer the side by side.
So then that means keeping it closer.
Actually,
To their back.
maybe further back,
Further
maybe
back.
side to side. Yeah.
Sounds like there's some leeway in here. It's relatively close to one.
Mr. Summerfield, can I ask?
Yes,
Um,
would you like to see how that frontage looks? Because I do have Google Maps if you want to see the analysis that we did with why we
Yeah.
made that recommendation. So,
thanks.
all right, so here's the lot in question. Here's the neighboring property, and so as you can see, going down this street these houses all have an alignment that is much closer to the street. Now, again, there's a portion of the right of way that's unimproved that it's clear that the neighborhood and the community uses to park, these property owners use to park. But then if you go back this way, so the purpose of the condition is to ensure that the house that's built here is in alignment with the houses along the street, which again is the predominant condition on this side of the street in the context of the neighborhood. So that was the purpose of the condition, was to maintain this context. Now, to Sagan's point, these houses are not 30 feet tall there. That house that would be the immediate neighbor to the, I think it's the west. This is a full 2-story home. And so I don't know what that height is, but that's probably approaching the 30-foot. And then, and so that's that side of the street. And again, on the other side of the street, many of those houses are close to the front property line.
and has, again, some unimproved a right of way between the property line and the actual street surface. So I just wanted to show that. I apologize, Ms. Crash, you had.
Oh, that's
Question.
okay. So regarding Mr. Small's concern about the stormwater drainage, and I appreciate Mr. Smith's response. Is there anything else that we should consider for that, or?
So again, as a part of any permitting that they will need to go through, part of that permitting will be reviewed by our building inspections floodplain management group. And so again, they can't run off onto another property without an easement or anything else. So they have to demonstrate as a part of their permitting process for construction, how they are addressing on-site drainage. Now, it's not as strenuous at a single family home level as it would be if you were building a new commercial center or multifamily apartment complex. In terms of those require a bigger TRC thing, and there's much more involved. But there is absolutely, the city does require you to demonstrate when you build a new single family home that you are managing any stormwater on your property to a proper conveyance location. Now, if there's an existing easement conveyance, that's a different question. I don't know of any easements here. I didn't see anything on any of the surveying work that would suggest that. So to Mr. Smith's point, I assume they're gonna have to do gutters, and they run it out to I guess the right of way is probably where most drainage in the neighborhood goes.
Thank you.
But yeah, going across other properties is not permissible unless they have an easement, because that's the drainage corridor.
All right, so, Robert, your help with the condition. It was my understanding that the condition would require a setback in accordance with section 54-506B, which would mean, is that inconsistent with putting the setback along the same?
No, that's the provision of the code that allows staff the ability to approve the placement of a home closer to the street to meet the street context. And it's not a variance at that point. It's the code makes that allowance that setback can be reduced to by staff allowing for street consistency.
Okay.
So Robert, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, so do we have a question here of parking versus streetscape?
Again, from staff's perspective, we believe both can be accomplished on site, that they can site the house closer to the street, again, not zero lot line, but closer to the street in line with the other properties to maintain that consistency while providing the required 2 parking spaces on site. The configuration would just move from a 2-car width driveway to a 1-car way or 1-car width driveway, but 2 spaces within that width. So one of the cars would be kind of along the side of the house instead of both of them being one in kind of front of the porch and the other one kind of off to the side. They'd both be off to the side, but back to back.
And so if we were to approve the application without the condition, would that mean that 25-foot setback would apply?
Yes.
Okay, and that would create a side-by-side parking situation. Is that right, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Would that be your preference, or do you have a preference?
Not necessarily. The only thing I could say is it would be nicer to have a bigger backyard for whoever's living there. The only downfall of that is, let's just say you and your wife are up in the morning, one of you guys don't have to leave, you're boxing each other, and it could be a possibility of the tandem parking, but I personally can make any of them work. I still think even if you did have the tandem, there probably would be a little bit of room to park a car next to it, within the driveway apron all the way up to the house. So it's really whatever you guys want.
I feel looking at the streetscape that Robert just went through, makes me feel like even the house being 30 feet or around 30 feet might not be as much of an impact because it's on that corner lot right across from the other house that's 2-story. I don't know, even if it's up closer to the road, I mean, it might not. If it were right in the middle of those houses next to it, then yes, I think it would feel very different, but
Mr. Smith. Higgins, did you see the photo of the house across the street? Is that the one that you were talking about that you hoped it wouldn't be higher than that?
Yes, the house.
Summerfield, can you put that up?
It's not on, the history house, it's not on Main Street, it's on Sycamore, the house.
Is that the house that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Are you gonna build your house taller than that one?
I don't know exactly how tall that was.
Did you build that one?
It's a older home.
Okay. Would you live with a 30-foot height restriction on this?
Yeah, that's why, I mean, you guys hit me with that before, so I'm always just coming under 30.
Okay.
So this is the house immediately adjacent to the west of the subject lot. The lot is here. This is the house. Again, I don't know what it's clearly a full 2-story home though,
Right.
with a
Happy seeing
Small
that
attic.
he's got it pegged.
Yeah, he's got an elevation here and he shows that 29 feet 1 inch.
Which again, with, that could change a couple inches. So
Sure.
we're not gonna change several feet.
Right. Okay.
and this house is also in line as far as the streetscape with the
Yeah.
other homes.
Yeah, and to Ms. Higgins' point, this is fronted on Sycamore.
Mhm.
And so this is technically their side yard, but
Right.
they're in alignment with, we did a site visit, they are in alignment. Like, I mean, it's not a complete Rockettes line of synchronicity, but it's a pretty good alignment down the street in terms of the frontage.
So let's go ahead and discuss so that we can get on the same page, so we don't have motion with conditions that are not, agreed to and gotta go back and forth. What are we? I would entertain a motion with a 30-foot height restriction that the applicant said that he can live by. And would meet the neighborhood requested needs for the character of the district. And then what else? The other issue is the setback and whether to follow the city's recommended approved condition, which would push the front of the house streetward, or keep the 25-foot setback, which will allow the side-by-side park.
Which the neighborhood has more.
The neighborhood prefers, and I understand that preference because if you've got side-by-side parking, less likely to park on the street. I also stand and appreciate the city's position.
Could you pull the site plan again? We can see if there is room to have tandem and another parking.
It's very difficult to.
Yeah, it would hard to exactly tell, but
Even if I pull it up, some of the numbers are hard to read on the measurement.
yeah, I would think potentially, I may not be right, but that you could park like 1 car, 2 car, potentially, if you're hanging on the apron, you might be able to park. another car. But I couldn't tell you for sure. without-
We look at official parking spaces, as you've noticed in
For
the
sure.
street view. The homeowners will use their property to park as they feel comfortable and needed. I can only go on official, what qualifies as a parking space. So for me, it would not be an official parking space to have in front. I do think because of the residual right of way there, or the unimproved right of way, they would, again, just like the neighbors down the way that don't technically have that space, they would park there and still be out of the improved surface of the street. But from an official standpoint, I would need them to demonstrate tandem parking because they
They've got to show that they can fit 2 cars completely on site.
Is there a condition that could give them the option to do this and not force them to do this?
That would just be to not approve it with the city's staff recommended condition. Because they currently, it's an exception, so they can ask for it later if they want, and if staff can approve it. Without the condition, though, they're not required to follow that. Basically,
Yeah,
forcing the.
just seems to me that the developer already met with the neighborhood and figured this out, and the neighborhood thought this was best for their neighborhood, so that's what I'm in favor of.
And I'm kind of leaning towards the city's recommendation, and I also, another reason, well, to keep the alignment with the streetscape, but also and in that protecting the character of the neighborhood. But Mr. Ford Smith mentioned the backyard. I'd rather have more green space than more driveway too. I think that would be better for the community.
I agree with you, Ms. Grass. I think that having further goals and green space is some tremendous benefit. And I seem to think that they can probably still do it. Maybe forced to create a drive on the left, I think they probably still want to use parking out front. I think so.
Mr. Smith, yeah, come on up and speak into the mic so that we can.
Ms. Marsh just asked me to say, I mean, when I did meet with her, I told her about the, that you guys were recommending that. She asked that I stay with the 25 step back. I told her I'm fine either way. So I guess it's really ultimately up to you guys. It sounds like she wants to keep the 25. I see benefits both ways, but I will do, if that's what they want me to do, I'll do that. If the city thinks this is better for the area, I'll do it as well. But she wanted me to come and say that. I did say that I would keep that if that's what they wanted me to do.
The neighbors, do y'all have a preference since y'all are here? And this would be the opportunity for you to weigh in. You have any preference?
Once again, Janet Ansley. But this is the thing, I heard Mr. Smith refer to a fence. They want to put a fence. What will that fence do with my property, since I'm already, his survey is already showing 2 feet of my property? So does that mean that he's taking more of my property, or I'm losing? I don't intend to lose property.
Right, we can't adjudicate a property line dispute if you don't believe that the survey properly depicts the boundary line between the properties. That's something that you're gonna have to take up in another forum. I think all Mr. Smith was doing was offering to build a fence to replace the chain link fence and put it on the line, but you all are gonna have to decide.
Well, he and I discussed that previously.
Okay.
I told him I would be willing to sell him that portion of the property.
And
He
that's,
told me he don't want it.
and that's not.
So
our
if he doesn't want it, I'm not giving it.
I understand.
And
It's not our jurisdiction to hear, but in terms of the setback, do you have a preference?
Would you want the house closer to the road or further back?
No, I want, to be clear, I want my property that I've known for 30 years to be mine.
It will be.
And I don't want it, I don't want to be close. When I tried to move the fence, the city told me back in the day that I couldn't move it because I had to have 9 feet between me and the next property. But it appears to me, maybe I'm wrong, but it appears to me that he possibly will get more than I got. Because I really wanted to move the fence because I realized it wasn't, my property was outside of the fence.
We can't do anything about the fence at this
Yeah.
meeting.
you can come in for a fence permit and move the fence to the surveyed property line,
Yeah,
just
it's
like
gonna
he
be-
won't be able
it's
to
gonna
pull a fence permit to build a fence anywhere but within his property line.
Now, here's the question I've asked multiple people. how close can you build a fence to a person's property?
On the line,
You can build on the property line?
on the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Cedric Smalls, neighboring on two sides. And in Fraser, we would be in support of the 25-foot setback.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's get a motion on the floor and see where it goes. Yes, sir.
Clear, Mr. Chairman, I do want to just make sure that the, Mr. Smalls recognizes that with that 25-foot setback, that pushes the house closer to his property here, where with staff's condition, it would pull it up closer to the street in alignment with the side yard of his sister's house and actually provide more space in the backyard of this property that would then be further away from his home right there at the corner. So is he sure that he is in preference for 25 feet where he can get another 5-ish feet probably of space between his home and the new home that will be built there?
Mr. Smalls, does that change your mind?
It does.
Okay, all right. So you'd prefer some flexibility on that setback. All right, we've spent a lot of time on this one, so it's time to get emotional.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. Let's see, where do I start? To approve the special exception with the city's condition and also with the condition that the height limit not exceed
Height restriction of 30 feet.
30 feet.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Or opposed, the motion passes. The special exception is granted. The conditions are, number one, the proposed single-family dwelling unit shall be sited towards the street in accordance with provisions. Section 54-506B, an updated site plan shall be submitted to the zoning division prior to submitting to permitting for review and approval. And condition number two, height restriction, the building shall be no higher than 30 feet. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Now we're on new business.
Yeah, now we're in the B. All right. B, new applications. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. The new applications. 12, B1, 12 Council Street, Charlestown, Council District 8, PMS number 457-11-04-022, zoned SR2. BZA 2026-002370, requesting a special exception under section 54-110F to extend a 5-foot non-conforming rear setback 25 feet are required to build a one-story addition. The owner is Barzilla SC LLC. The applicant is Julie O'Connor. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you have this property here on Council Street, as you can see, it's a pork chop. And I have no idea how this was created originally, but you can see it's definitely the definition of an oddly shaped lot. I guess other people might call it a flag lot. But yeah, at any rate, the home is in the rear, as you can see. It is right at essentially the property line here. And the proposal would be to add, and you can see on the survey here as well. So it would be to, in this area here, add a new, I think they're calling it a sunroom, all-weather room. For purposes of zoning, it's an addition because it is an enclosed, conditioned habitable space. And so you can see here kind of almost flip book style, the transition from where the stairs go down and where the new addition would be. You can also see on this, the applicant, because of the unique nature of this lot and the way it sits, you actually have setback lines that cross one another at places that would, and effectively make it, a lot, minimally buildable. Because of legal reasons and lawyers in the room, I would never say that a lot is unbuildable, but minimally buildable. And so, this is very much a non-conforming lot. The non-conforming rear setback is established. The proposal is a relatively minor request in terms of adding some additional living space on what is already a relatively small home. And so it would just be to add, again, this space at the rear of the property, extending the existing non-conformity here. And with that, staff is recommending approval of this request.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody who is here in opposition to the application for 12 Council Street?
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I apologize, I forgot, you do have support letters in your public comment.
Thank you, Robert. And the neighbors have submitted letters in support. Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant present? Connor, anything you'd like to say to the board?
Here for questions.
All right, any questions or discussion?
Move for approval.
All right, Ms. Grass moves to approve. Is there a second? Mr. McKay seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes unanimously with a special exception. Well, Council Street is good. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda. B2, 20 Wentworth Street, Ansonboro, Council District 8, PMS number 458-01-03, 075, zoned STR, requesting special exception under section 54-110F to extend a 0-foot non-conforming west side setback 6 feet and 12 feet from the front. Build a raised deck. The owners are Charles and Janice Status. The applicant is Housing Studio PA.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here on Wentworth. And this is typical in this area. This is a long, narrow lot. You can see the aerial here, very difficult because of the density of our buildings in this area to really get in there and see that on that aerial. And so the applicant, in putting their packet together, I'm imagining this is mainly for BAR team, but it is interesting to just, if you are interested in these kinds of things, just to see the evolution, the fact that they were able to find photographs of how the outdoor living space has changed on this property over the decades. The request here, though, is in the rear, and it is to provide, modify and provide additional outdoor space. So you can see the existing covered deck here. The stairway comes out kind of in the middle, and they have some patio space. The intention would be that they would bring out the decking a little further. It would reorient the stairs kind of adjacent to the neighboring property. And then they would roof the deck. Again, currently it's an unroofed deck, like a good rendering comparison here. So they currently have this deck. They would be proposing to modify and create more of an outdoor space. It's roofed, that can move the stairs. The stairs would hide the HVAC equipment. Some different pictures, you can see it here. Again, they would completely enclose, maintain the enclosure of the HVAC system. You can see, again, they did the existing and the proposed, so we can kind of see how that rear courtyard is modified with the proposal. They do have, as mentioned, sorry. They do not have any letters on this one that we've received. However, again, this is a special exception. It's extending the current setback for this decking that seems consistent with the
what is existing there, which is again, this relatively minor modification to enhance the livability, and so staff is recommending approval.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 20 Wentworth Street? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the other or applicant present? Anything you'd like to say for?
It's just an honor and a privilege to own this home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to add one thing too, is that they did get approval from Department of Archives and History and from Historic Charleston Foundation, it says in their applications.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they do have, yeah, so we didn't receive external or public comment via the public comment portal, but they did provide the documentation with their application. Sorry, thank you.
And that does raise a question. Have you spoken with your neighbors about it at all, or do they know what's going on and no issues or problems?
The immediate neighbors, yes, their neighbors across the street, yes.
Right. Any questions for the owner?
For approval.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes unanimously with special exception for 20 Wentworth Street, Grand Texas. Thank you. Next item on our agenda, I am going to be recused on this. All right.
Next item on the agenda is B30 Moore Drive, Westwood Neighborhood Council District 9, TMS number 421-02-00-260, zoned SR2. By special exception under section 54-206C to allow a church use on a residential zoned parcel. Owner, the Bishop of Charleston, applicant, Diocese of Charleston. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the subject property is here. So on the aerial, you can see, so right immediately across Moore Street is the existing church and school. They own this property. Obviously, this has been used, I think in the past as the pastor's home. However, now they are moving into they would like to use it as office space for the church as they continue to make improvements, I think, on the school side of their mission. They need some additional office space. So the proposal would be that this would come in, they would convert the home into an office use as a part of the church though. So to be very clear, this is a special exception to allow the expansion of the church slash school operations onto this residential property. This would not allow this property to be used as an office by anybody other than a church or a school. So it is not a use variance. It is churches and schools have a history of being in residential zones. And it's a normal and customary thing for them to do so. Obviously, as an ancillary activity, they have office space. And that is what is before you this evening with this request. You can see the survey here. They provide some additional documentation there. Again, it's the use of the residentially zoned parcel and the residence for office space. I do believe there would be site work that would be a future element of this. I don't know exactly what all that site work is, but the question today is, should the church slash school be allowed to include this property as a part of their, expand their operation across Moore Street onto this property?
Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Just to clarify, this is a change, not currently used for office or any other.
Correct. No, it's a residential. Again, my understanding is it's a residential use. It's owned by the church, been used by the church as a residence. And now they would like to use it as part of the actual operations of the church to use the site for offices.
Okay. And I didn't see any letters in our packet.
We received nothing in advance of this meeting in support or opposition to this request.
Just by a show of hands, is anyone here in opposition to this? Okay, great. You all will have your opportunity in a minute. We'll hear first from the applicant or the owner, if their president wish to present. Yes, please come on forward, state your name and address for the record. Tell us about your projects.
Good evening, I'm Trey Linton. I'm a parishioner at Blessed Sacrament Church. And I'm assisting in this endeavor. Want to give a brief backstory on kind of how we got here. 2 years ago, the building committee came up with a master plan for Blessed Sacrament Church and the school. And in that master plan, we had plans for beautification and upgrades to our playground area. And one of the things we had in that master plan was for Zero More Drive, as you can see there marked in blue, was for a full demolition of Zero More Drive to occur. And we were going to do a parking lot. We've got older members part of our church, and our thought was provide more parking closer to the church. And so in October of last year, the time came to try and implement that plan. And we met with city staff, Mr. Summerfield, and he expressed concern on demolition of Zero More Drive. So he recommended reaching out to the neighborhood. So October 28th, we had a meeting with the neighborhood president. And we showed him what our proposed plans were for this site and for the school in general. And he shared those plans with the neighborhood. In December of last year, we followed up with, the neighborhood once again, and the feedback came back just as it was with the city, is they were not supportive of a demolition of Zero More Drive for a parking lot. So we kind of tried to come up with other solutions. We presented in February, we went back to the neighborhood. We presented, partial demolition options, along with a full demolition option. Again, we realized at that point the neighborhood was not going to support a demolition of Zero More Drive to add additional parking on the site. So in April of this year, our pastor and our principal both sent out separate messages to the neighborhood, notifying them that we, through discussion with them and with the city, we understood that they were not supportive of the demolition of Zero More Drive, and that we were no longer going to pursue a demolition of Zero More Drive park. So at that point, we we had to make a decision on what we were going to do with Zero More Drive. Before it was a pastor's house, it was a convent. So as you can see on the aerial, it is a large footprint. It's a rather large footprint at the front of the neighborhood. Got fronted along 17. It's got frontage on Moore Drive. And in the future, Avondale will be realigned and there will be road frontage at the rear of the property. So our thought process was this would be a good space for our parish and for our pastor to move their office space into and use this space as an office space while still keeping the building intact. So I just kind of wanted to give you a backstory on how we arrived to where we are today, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Linton, I think you answered my question about the current use. Well, sort of, is it currently occupied as a residence? Is that its use?
It was a pastor's residence, but it's no longer used as a residence. On 9 Moore Drive, or 9 St. Teresa, which is plan view right, it's off the screen a little bit. The pastor now lives there.
And does the plan process of relocating office space, is it anything other than interior modifications, or would it require exterior changes to the building?
So there really is not a plan at this point for what's gonna be done on the site. At some point, there will have to be interior modifications to make it office use, because it is a residence. So there will need to be a plan put in place as far as the interior renovations that need to occur. But we don't have a specific plan in place for that right now.
I have a question from the city.
Yes.
I was wondering, is this in the, you may have said it, Savannah Highway overlay zone?
Chris is gonna look at that real quick.
I think it may stop.
It may have stopped.
I think it does. Think we would have caught that if it.
It may stop at Parish
Things happen.
or,
Isn't the Wesleyan Church before that? And I don't know that the Wesleyan Church is part of the
I can't remember.
overlay zone either, but it is definitely to the east towards the city.
Okay. I should know that,
Any other
but I worked on it.
questions I think we're all set. Thank you, Mr. Linton. Anybody else here who wishes to speak in favor of the project, please come on forward. The application.
It's not from the overlay.
It's not, okay.
Not on
thank
the
you.
overlay.
The overlay begins at Perry.
Good evening. Good evening. My name's Walter Frick, and I'm at 1917 Sandcroft Drive. I'm a parishioner at Blessed Sacrament Church, and I'm here in support of the application. Be glad to answer any questions or they have about the application.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else here in support? Okay, we'll hear from opposition now. Yep, come on forward. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Adele Blaylock and I live at Formore Drive. So I'm just a stone's throw away. And I would like to note that I am a neighbor. I actually live in this neighborhood. And I'd also like to note off of previous testimony, a history of not supporting these endeavors through the neighborhood. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask that you deny this application. The applicant has emphasized previously through that this is technically not a rezoning request. I understand that. The issue here is that this not what the designation is on paper. It's about converting a residential property into institutional church use and how that's incompatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. The zoning classification may remain residential, but the use is no longer residential. And I do not believe that the applicant has met the burden of proving that this change in use will not adversely affect the neighborhood. The church states that Zero More Drive will be used as an office space. However, there's not much of a plan beyond that or explanation of what that even means. And per this special exception, because it is a church and there's within that special exceptions for churches and schools, there's also the question of the fact that parking will instead be accommodated through existing on-street parking and nearby church facilities. If that's the case, what additional traffic and parking impacts should residents expect on Formore Drive? And then effectively, to be honest, what stops this parcel of land from effectively becoming a parking lot? That's been, as previously mentioned, that's been an attempt to turn it into a parking lot before. To my knowledge, no traffic study, parking study, or neighborhood impact assessments have been presented. Many residents already experience extreme levels of parking congestion and traffic associated with existing church operations. And truthfully, no evidence has been shown how office operations, employees, visitors, meetings, deliveries, or the cumulative effects of an expanding church campus will affect us. The church's own materials, per their website, describe a rapidly growing institution undertaking a $12 million expansion project with more facilities, more activities, more events, and more people. The applicant asks the board to accept that this conversion will have no impact, yet meaningful analysis has not been provided to support that conclusion. I'm certain that if my husband and I were proposing to convert our home at Four into professional office space, those questions would be asked and the onus would be on us to prove that we would not negatively impact our neighbors. This application also raises a broader question about the future of our neighborhood. Plan West Ashley places significant emphasis on protecting established residential neighborhoods from incremental encroachment. Neighborhood character is rarely lost all at once. It is often lost one property at a time. Today, the request concerning Zero More Drive is in direct contradiction of Plan West Ashley. The church has publicly acknowledged that it is growing and wants additional space. If residential properties can be acquired and converted to institutional use through a series of special exceptions, what protection remains for the residential character of neighborhoods like ours? The board's decision today is not just about an office. It's about whether residential properties get to remain residential properties in our neighborhood or if they become part of an expanding institutional campus. And for those reasons, I respectfully request the board to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer.
Yes.
Does anyone else have any questions for?
Any questions?
Anyone else here in opposition, please come forward.
My name is Brian Boone. I live at 2 More Drive, which is adjacent to this property. It's the house right next door. And first of all, I want to say nobody reached out to me, neither the church or the neighborhood association. So all this was kind of new to me. And so I'm kind of forming my thoughts as I hear this presentation. And 2 things I want to point out. I would prefer that if the special exception is granted, that it's with the stipulation that it's only for this existing building and doesn't give them the right in the future to tear it down and build something much bigger. Quite honestly, I don't care if they tear it down and build a parking lot. I just don't want to see something big and massive right next door to my house. So, and then it would be nice if the church could tell us what their long-term range plans are for the property. And again, it just points out to once a special exception is granted, just making sure that it doesn't open up a can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Please come on.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Angela Blaylock, and I'm here because after more than 35 years as a homeowner in this neighborhood, I'm very concerned and have questions about this proposal. Unfortunately, like Mr. Boone, I have to date never received any communication regarding past or future proposed changes based off of the church's request. Like I said, have many questions, basics that I think we should have all been provided with regard to this request, about this office facility, how many employees will work at this location, how many visitors every day are expected, what will office hours be. These are not minor details to the homeowners in the neighborhood. They determine whether an office in this residential area is truly compatible with a residential neighborhood. Moore Drive already experiences traffic and parking impacts daily associated with existing church operations on the campus. If this residential property is approved for office use, what assurances do residents have that those impacts will not increase? Will additional approval be required also for any additional changes that they may request? I'm also concerned about future site modifications that may be necessary to support office operations. If additional parking, lighting, accessibility improvements, or other site changes are desired, will approval be required, or does this exception allow for any changes the church elects to make? Also, many of us saw firsthand yesterday the impacts of rain in Charleston and how sensitive this area is to stormwater issues, especially given the West Ashley drainage crisis. Flooding is an issue, and even a gravel parking lot replacing with additional gravel, asphalt, concrete is going to displace rainwater more into neighboring properties and overloads their local drainage. If additional gravel parking or impervious surfaces are desired, then we need clear information on operations It's difficult at this point in time to ascertain the evaluated impact on drainage and stormwater in a neighborhood that already has additional experiences flooding. This application has stated that the property will be used for offices, but I've not seen evidence that operational questions have been fully studied. Also, it was stated that this is not a use variance, but the property would no longer be used as a residence, but as an office. So I'm not clear on how you can say this isn't a use variance. I believe residents deserve clear answers regarding parking, traffic, drainage, and future impacts to determine if it will not impose unnecessary hardship or impact the character of this lovely neighborhood now or in the future. If this were any other office use proposed within a residential neighborhood, would the board be comfortable approving it without first understanding how it will operate and how it will affect the surrounding community now and in the future? At this time, I respectfully request you deny this request.
Thank you, Ms. Blaylock. Mr. Summerfield, could you maybe touch on one quick question, just to clarify? This is not a use variance, it's a special exception. I know if you could take 2 seconds to just clarify the differences between the two.
Sure. So the difference is, I mentioned earlier, and why I made that clarification, because this is one of those areas of zoning that is has been litigated and everything else quite a bit, is using property for religious purposes. It is lawful in the city of Charleston for residential property to be used for a number of non-residential things. Those things are generally things that you would think of that you would want access to in a neighborhood, schools, childcare, and houses of worship are essentially the big three of those non-residential uses. And so it's still residential property. It's just, as I think the first speaker on the opposition has talked about, it allows for an institutional use, in this case, a house of worship. It does, again, I want to be very clear. This special exception allows for the church operations to utilize this property. It does not allow for a new building. That would require a new special exception because they'd have to come back and show the development plan for that. This is a special exception to include the existing structure for their office use as a part of the church / schools operations. It is not an approval for them to build a new tall building. It is not approval for them to demo the building and put a parking lot. In fact, as I think the representative for the application mentioned, staff was very hard line at the no, in part because of Plan West Ashley. And again, it remains a residential building. It remains looking residential. It would just go from being used by the church as the residence for the pastor, which is what it's been most recently. And prior to that, it was used as the residence for the nuns that serve the church in the parish. So it's not new ownership. The church has owned this property for a very long time. It has always had a connection to the church, but it was used residentially previously, so it didn't need to be a part of the special exception that exists for the church now. To use it for office, it would.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Summerfield. I think there's still a few more hands from opposition, so y'all come on up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, I'm Dr. Gunnar Forsberg. I live at Fourmore with my wife, Dr. Blaylock here. I echo everything she says. I'm a new member of the neighborhood. I moved in just a couple of months ago after we got married. We live 2 doors down from this proposed area. It's clear after moving to this neighborhood that the church has an impact, especially along Moore Drive and St. Teresa Drive right here. And that impact is daily and it is not always positive. The street is constantly congested, hard to get in and out of the neighborhood, hard to get in and out of our own driveways. Turning this from a house to an office, I mean, offices have employees, offices have, people, meetings, deliveries, et cetera, et cetera. Offices require parking lots for people to park in them. I think that's part of an office. And those parking lots require lighting as well. These are all things that are gonna happen. I request that you deny it. I think this basically is a small step in the continued creep into the neighborhood. And it's just, you know, one more step towards them taking over larger parts of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Corey Hooper. I'm a previous resident of Moore Drive. I also work with the Lilac family on maintaining some of their properties. The board must find the character of a district must not be harmed. Moore Drive is a residential street, not an institutional corridor. If this special exception is granted was to stop the church or any other institution from slowly buying up other residential lots on Moore Drive and further commercializing this residential street.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Robert, could you explain if this was granted, what that would do in terms of parking? Because I think that's.
Again, this is an existing church operation that's just moving parts of its office here. This is not, they're not putting this out for like tenant to draw in new office operations. So between on-site parking for the church and the existing parking that's available on property, parking is not a concern for us. Now, again, if they were doing some expansion of the building, or if they were, you know, eventually there may be a need for them to make some requests here with regard to parking as whatever the building campaign occurs on the primary campus location. But as it sits right now, the application that was submitted was they are going to use it for their current office operations. So we're not anticipating that this special exception generates any new traffic. It's some folks that work over here now will work over here post this approval, and as mentioned, post the renovations, because the building department and the fire department are not going to allow it to be used as office without appropriately doing what's necessary to get a certificate of occupancy as an office, where right now it's a residence. So there's still work that they will have to do on the church side to convert this residence into an office. But again, it's converting the existing structure to an office activity to support the church, the house of worship. It's not to convert it into an office building that's like rentable, tenantable, or anything like that.
So in
If they
theory,
sold the, sorry, if they sold the property,
It's a residence.
it's a residence.
It's a
But
residence.
they do need to make modifications.
They will need to make modifications, so if they ever did sell it at post those modifications, then the new owners would either have to get a rezoning to rezone the property to something that would allow whatever activity they wanted to do in it. Say they wanted to do office, or they would need to convert to the extent that they need to convert things back, they would need to renovate the interior to. This happens downtown all the time. We go from office to residence to retail store to whatever, like all the time in the downtown area in particular. I would note that this is on Savannah Highway. This is a property that it would be reasonable for somebody in the future maybe to look at like an RO zoning, which would be a residential office. Again, keeping with the West Ashley and Savannah Highway overlay, which this isn't in, but like the idea of that as a having, even though the building technically is addressed on Moore, it does have frontage on Savannah Highway, pretty decent amount of frontage on Savannah Highway. So, but that's all in the future. What ifs? Nothing with the special exception grants any of those future what ifs. Again, a new special exception would need to be required, need to be approved in order for any activity of the church to occur on this property beyond the use of the existing building as office for existing operations.
so they couldn't lease it to another
Correct.
Group.
It's not tenantable. It's a part of any use of this building is only for what is before you, which would be use of office space for their current operations. And again, the expectation is they're going to come in for a new special exception on the campus whenever they have coalesced around their building plan for the modifications that they're going to do there, which again, I think would ultimately be when they need this space, because at that point, they may be reconfiguring things on the site. It's been months since I spoke with Trey, so I don't know exactly where all of that's at, but
I've got a quick
Which-
question,
well,
Don.
yeah.
Don't we need to finish opposition and then we need to
Make
hear
sure we-
rebuttal?
Yeah, exactly. I want to make sure we hear from everybody who's in opposition that has new arguments and new elements they want to present. So if you haven't presented yet and you wish to add to the comments that have already been provided, please come forward and state your name for the record. I saw a bunch of hands. Yeah, yep. I don't know if y'all want to stand in line. That might make things a little quicker.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Dickinson. I'm also a resident of the neighborhood. And I would just respectfully ask that you deny this. There's not a fully formed plan for this space. The church members have stated that they will be losing parking on their existing campus when they build their worship center. And so what's to say that they don't park at Zero More, use it as a parking lot, which is really their intention. So I respectfully request that you deny this until they have a more fully formed plan and can explain to us exactly how the space is going to be used.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. So.
Evening. Name's Bob Rinaldi. I live at 11 Morton, one block up from them. My question is, if you change this into an office, then the church decides to sell this property, can it become commercial? Can it become an official office for a lawyer, dentist? Or do they have to change it back to residential?
so as I said during the discussion with board member Mr. Huey, it can only be used by the church. If the church is no longer involved with the property, then it reverts back to residential. Now, just like anybody who owns property, they have the right to then request a rezoning to some other designation if they want. But again, that's everybody's option who owns property in the city of Charleston.
Right.
But no, the use of the property without subsequent action would revert to residential.
Okay.
And subsequent action would be some approval process through a public process, through our planning commission to rezone the property, or an actual use variance through this board.
Now, with the building becoming an office, where are these people going to park? Are they going to park where they are now? Or are they going to park on the property? Because the biggest thing is when they leave that property, they're within maybe 25 feet of the entrance and exit to Savannah Highway. During school hours, it's a disaster there. You cannot get in and you cannot get out. So are they going to change parking for these people?
The site plan we have has no changes to parking. Again, if they change the site, that they have to, if they do any increase in intensity from what is before us today, they have to come back and do a new special exception.
Okay. So I think part of the questions we'll ask Mr. Lenton to respond on that issue. Appreciate your comments. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Anyone else here in opposition? Just a show of hands. Not seeing any. Okay, we'll take new. Excuse me. New. Yes, thank you. New comments?
So that man belongs to me. I'm living all more. As he had said, the parking is horrendous. The parishioners do not know how to park and they're parking on the curbs. So when you add this building and now you hire more people with more parking, They come on Sundays. So how are they resolving the parking issue that is currently absurd to accommodate a whole nother new building, whether you raise it, do whatever, with people, with employees? They don't have a plan. So we're just adding to the chaos that is already existing every Sunday during school. So honestly, and not even to say the value of my property, let alone the value of the property of the people who live across from the church. What is that going to do to our property values? I don't know. I really wouldn't appreciate having somebody to put a building that could potentially go to a commercial zoning, because that's what they eventually want to do. It's going to be zoned commercial. So more that neighborhood is not going to be the quaint neighborhood that it is now. So I really would like to deny the application.
Last call for opposition. Okay, we'll let Mr. Linton come on.
I certainly appreciate the feedback that we've heard here tonight, and I'd like to address a few of the items regarding it being zone commercial. It is not going to be zone commercial. As far as stormwater is concerned, I know that was brought up as a concern. On our website, you'll see that we have recently completed a project called Project Green Space, which was landscape improvements at the front of the school, which also helped the drainage situation on our site. Again, if anything happens on the site itself, the city of Charleston has special protection requirements and stormwater requirements that will have to be met in order to get approval on this site. As far as reaching out to the neighborhood, it's unfortunate that the owners of 2 more and 4 more did not receive our correspondence. The way we've done our correspondence with the neighborhood over the past few years is we've reached out to the neighborhood president and the leadership of the neighborhood, and then they have a neighborhood email that they provide our updates to them. Our principal checks in very periodically with the neighborhood for feedback regarding, school line and those matters. We reached out to the neighborhood president today when we found out that 4 More Drive did not get our information. It appears that's been rectified, and hopefully will be rectified in the future. As far as long-term plans, again, we originally came here as we thought this was going to be a parking lot, and that was our plan for the site. After feedback from the neighborhood, we want to be good neighbors, and we've understood they do not want a parking lot on that site. So this is why we're here tonight for this change in use. This kind of happened over the last few months. So as far as what exactly is going to happen to the interior of the building, I can't answer that right now. But if there's any plans to the site itself, again, we have to go to the technical review committee, and we have to go to the city of Charleston for the proper permits for any site work that occurs on the site. If there's any work that occurs on the exterior of the building, this is in a DRB zone, and the design review board would have to review that as well, which is a public board. So all we're asking here for tonight is a change in use for the existing building to be used as an office space. And as far as the blight of the neighborhood, I would just say, look down 17 Spanna Highway in front of the school and in front of the church, and you can see the improvements that have occurred over the past few years at the front of the neighborhood. And I would say, I think we're doing our best to try and make that area a beautiful area and be good stewards, because we know we're what everyone sees as they enter the neighborhood. As far as a parking lot, on the site, we have no plans for that at this time. Again, we heard from the neighborhood that they didn't want a parking lot, so that's not what we're here tonight to discuss. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Rowland, I just have maybe just a couple quick ones. As far as the question about parking intensification, I mean, certainly y'all are relocating a number of the office services that are, I guess, further down St. Teresa. In theory, would you see that as a reduction in the amount of traffic that's going around to the rear through the neighborhood, or is that?
So as far as like the office space itself, would be used by the pastors who live in the neighborhood. I would assume they would walk. Then the administrative assistants that would also be in this office space. Again, there's that parking lot that's on the left side of the church, and during the day when the administrative office people will be there, which is 9 to 5 working hours, that lot is usually empty because church is not open at that time.
And I guess maybe my other question is, so what sort of access is there currently to the property on St. Teresa?
It's a resident
Looks like at least one drive.
Drive right there, and that's just one residential driveway.
Okay, and then,
So again,
but at the north side though, you've got access there. I'm pointing to on the east side of the church, and then is there another one to the right? Is it a driveway further over? I'm sorry, I'm talking about the campus as a whole, not strictly this one property. I'm just asking generally.
Yeah, so there is 2 driveway cuts right there on Moore Drive on the right side into that parking lot right there on that side of the church.
Okay, and then on the north side, as you go around to the.
Correct, there is that access drive right there onto St. Teresa Drive.
But what you're telling me though is that none of the traffic that currently goes through there would be changing, right? Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding? How would traffic patterns change as a result of relocating the office? It's really what I'm getting at.
I mean, to me, it depends on where the people come from. If they're coming from Highway 61, they may come through Moore Drive to park in the parking lot, or if they're coming from 17, they'll turn right in and Moore Drive into that parking lot. So I guess it's hard for me to answer the question. One, I'm not a traffic engineer. But to me, it depends on where the people are coming from. There are people that come from 61 that take Moore Drive to get over to Savannah Highway.
So I guess maybe where I'm ultimately going with this, it sounds like there's still a number of questions that are maybe not ripe for answering yet. It feels like there's more information that this board really kind of would rely on heavily to make decisions. It's difficult, I think, for us to move forward with this one without feeling like we really have a clear understanding of what the intended use is, how it's going to impact the neighborhood. Certainly, there's a lot of concerns from the neighborhood. I feel a little bit uncomfortable on this one. I don't know.
One quick question, Robert. Our options are to approve, deny, or defer. What does deferral do?
So defer just puts it on the table for a period of time to allow the applicant to go back, potentially meet with neighbors that haven't been previously talked to in terms of the folks at 2 and 4 Moore. It doesn't do anything to the application. The nature of this application in terms of the noticing would not require that again, I can't imagine what would change here unless they suddenly did propose to demo the building and turn it into a parking lot or put a 3-story, contemporary office building on the site that would be cause for some level of re-notification or something. So a deferral doesn't do anything. It holds their kind of place in line. We don't have date specific, so they can come back in 4 weeks. They can come back in
6 weeks, they can come back in a couple months, whatever. Whatever time they need to feel comfortable, or maybe the neighborhood to feel comfortable. Maybe attend a neighborhood association meeting or something. Maybe firm up a little bit. I think, again, from what I've heard, and then my understanding was that this is more a substitution, not additive. But I don't know, because the plans don't seem like operationally that they're clear, or when that exactly would happen. Maybe some time would allow them to come to those plans.
And what would a denial do?
Denial would mean that they could not come back and make this request for 6 months. Because there is a 6-month cooling off period on the denial of an application before the board. So, and again, the nature of this request, I don't know what they would change on it to allow it to come back as a new application, as it were. So denial would mean that the applicants could not resubmit for 6 months on this request. Deferral leaves it kind of on the table. I think it's for 1 year, potentially up to a year before the application would die. And they would just contact staff when they were ready to come back onto an agenda, and then they'd be in part A of the agenda. There would not be new noticing that would be required. I think we do on deferral, update the site time. But we don't do new note paper noticings on a deferral. That would only happen with a new application.
And I feel like I'm going back to Mr. Bennett's comment, is that I think out of the 8 or 9 people who spoke, I mean, the majority have questions that we can't answer. I just feel like that we don't have the information. And I think definitely they would feel more comfortable and better understanding what the plans are that the church has. And I agree with you that I definitely don't feel comfortable making a decision of, yay or nay, essentially without that information. So I agree with the residents who have spoken that I can understand that they need more information, because they've, consistently spoken about impacts, about lighting, or just plans and not understanding. And I think if those plans were, expressed to them and explained, then that would hopefully alleviate some concerns for them.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't even understand how many employees you guys are trying to use there, or, stuff like.
10.
What's that?
Less than 10 employees.
Less than 10. And where do they, I guess I'm unclear where they work right now.
Where do they currently office?
In the parish hall, right there at the front of the Pennsylvania Highway.
Understood.
But, yeah, I mean, I think that all of this needs to be taken back to the neighborhood association and let their questions be answered.
Okay, with deferral. Make a motion for deferral.
Okay, so Mr. McKay makes a motion for deferral. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Huey. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None are opposed. Okay, so the special exception is deferred. Thank you very much.
Robert, can you explain to everybody what the deferral is, how the notice goes, and how
So
they can
again,
come back and speak?
that the application is basically paused. It will come back whenever the applicant informs staff that they are ready to proceed. Again, to be clear, there won't be a new newspaper notification, but we will renotice the property so that you will have the sign out front like you have now. I'm sorry.
How many days in advance?
We do that 10 days?
It's 5 days.
5 days, 5 days in advance of the meeting.
Or just 5 days. Typically, it's a week before the meeting, the sign is placed out there.
Our other concern is that with the neighborhood association, most people in the neighborhood aren't aware it exists. And if they're going to communicate though to the neighborhood, you need to make sure everybody in the neighborhood receives that.
I think the board's recommendation, if I heard correctly, was not only the neighborhood association coordinate and communicate with them, but also do some more direct reach out to particularly the neighbors on Moore that are immediately affected by the proposed use of the property more formally for the church. I do want to make it very clear that this is not granting a change of use. It's still residential property. It's just, it allows, just like the church's residential property now, just allows the church to have operation on that site. And under the current proposal, it's on that site as it exists today. Some site improvements can be done, but like essentially the building is the building. And the lot is the lot, not a parking lot. That is what the special exception is, but it sounds like, Ray, you've got a little work to do with your coach team and. Yeah.
Thank you. all.
All right, we're at, almost 7:30 and we got a long way to go. Does anybody need a break? Sure. All right, we're gonna take 5 and we'll. It's 7:30.
Yeah.
All right, we're back from our short recess. We're gonna continue on here. We're at the 4-1505 Gardena Road, dash to House South Street. EMS number 351-12-00-150 zone SR2 BZA 2026-002373. Question variance of section 54-201. Building attached accessory building with the 5-foot west side setback and the 5-foot rear setback, 9 feet and 25 feet are required. The other applicant is Joseph S. Shisco Jr.
Yes, luckily I'm not. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you can see, this is property that is just off Ashley Hall Road on Virginia Road. It's an area of where we have some city and actually jurisdictional other jurisdictional properties. You can see also it just backs up onto a commercial center, commercial building, commercial operation to the back, and that's an important component of staff's recommendation on this. Let's see. The applicant is able to kind of put together a site plan. So the proposed accessory structure will be in this rear area here of the property. It will be a just kind of a stand-up exterior structure. I believe they are going to put their boat in it.
Yes, boat storage.
Yeah. And your boat question. Yes. And so as you can see, again, part of the important component of the staff recommendation here is the existing conditions of the rear of this property and the existing nature of the in context of the building that is immediately adjacent. Again, this is a very limited situation. The building is not not of great substance in terms of what they're proposing. They are leaving setback for being able to access those property lines, and it's not going to be disruptive to the neighborhood given where it's at, and so staff is recommending approval.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the applications for 1505 Gardenia Road? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner or applicant present? Anything you'd like to say as a board?
Here to bring questions. And we do have a letter of support in your packet from the neighboring property application.
Questions? Ms. Grass, thank you. Motion to approve is second. Mr. Huey, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes, and the variance for 1505 Gardenia Road is granted. Thank you. All right, next item on our agenda. D5, 8 Sheridan Road, South Windermere, Council District 11. EMS number 421-05-00-143, zoned SR1, VPA 2026-002374, requesting variance from section 54-301 to build a rear addition with a 22-foot rear setback, 25 feet are required. The owner is Caroline Strokia. The applicant is Nate Appel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here. It's a pretty square shape here on Sheridan Road in the Windermere neighborhood. You can see here in the aerial as well. The proposal would be for. All right, I think the pictures that they've provided are the best kind of illustration of the ask. So they have an existing rear screened in port. The request would be to make some slight modifications to that footprint, but essentially replace the screen porch with an all-weather area. Again, it's generally the same area that's already occupied.
But it would go from a screen porch, which we don't consider habitable, and therefore we allow for some level of encroachment to what amounts to an addition to the home. And therefore the setback comes into play. And so again, this is does not seem like it would affect the neighborhood character. It is existing condition essentially that they're making a slight modification to improve the livability of the home, and staff is recommending approval.
All right, thank you, Robert. Public comment on this one?
No, we did not receive anything on this.
All right, thank you. Do we have anybody here who is in opposition to the application for 8 Sheridan Road? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the other applicant present? All right, anything you'd like to say to the board? Questions? All right. Any discussion? All right, Mr. Fisher, move to approve. Mr. Cooley seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes, and the variance for 8 Sheridan Road is granted. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda. B6, 17 Craven Avenue, Burns Downs. Council District 11, TMS number 421-1-00-054, zoned SR2, BZA 2026-002. 375, requesting a variance from section 54-301 to allow a 3-foot rear setback and a 2-foot east side setback for an existing detached accessory structure, 25 feet and 9 feet are required. The owner applicant, Jamie Bowers.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here on Craven Avenue. This is a mid-block lot, like many of the other lots in this neighborhood. This is a typical rectangular shape, pretty consistent with the other properties in the neighborhood. See it kind of in relation to the other properties here, but with the trees. So you can see here on the survey, been well annotated. What we're talking about is the detached garage.
No, we're talking about the shed.
I'm sorry, we're talking about the shed that is next to the detached garage that was that is in the process of being converted to an ADU.
In the process of being converted to an ADU, the non-conforming in regards to this.
But is in non-conforming. Yes, thank you. We have a couple of these ones tonight, so I apologize. And so you can see here, the applicant has put together a pretty comprehensive list of other properties in the area that have accessory structures that are essentially back at the rear and or side property lines. They showed, like I said, a number of examples. They actually did a lot of aerial analysis, and then they looked at other neighboring properties and got out with measuring tape and showed just how close the folks on Craven live to one another. And again, here is the site in question. So they have the garage that's been converted, and then they have the shed that is the subject of the variance request here. This is the existing, or this was what it looked like when they bought the property. And this is what it looks like now. This is for an existing shed, meaning this is an after the fact request. I believe they could do all of this work without knowing that they needed some additional permits. So they're working through compliance on all those things. They did receive support from their neighbors for this request at both 15 and 19 Craven. Again, this is because you have the existing accessory structure that's already within those spaces or within that space. So you already have that encroachment. This did not seem like a significant increase to that. Additionally, with the support of the neighbors, with the fences, with the low nature of the shed, it is a very minimal potential impact, and so staff was supportive of this request.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here who is in opposition to the application of 17 Craven? Seeing no one in opposition, do we have the owner applicant present? All right, anything you'd like to say to the board?
I'm very happy to answer any questions.
We do have a question, so if you wouldn't mind coming up, please, just speak into the microphone, please. State your name and address for the record.
I'm Jamie Bowers. I'm the owner of 17 Craven Avenue.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. The photos that you submitted, showing Southall Avenue, does that have to say that? Are those accessory structures that is that what you're trying to point out in those? I think is that what you're pointing out? So I was just curious, since you didn't get a letter from that neighbor, if that was an accessory structure.
So I had a short amount of time to gather all of this information together. I did try to contact them. They were just not home when I tried to get in touch with them. So I haven't been able to speak to them about it.
Okay, but the red arrow is pointing towards their accessory structure. So essentially your two structures are going to be back to back. Is that what I'm seeing? I just want to make sure it's not too close to like a house or.
It is, I don't know what the measurement there exactly is. But mine is about 3.7 feet from my property line where my fence is. I was just kind of showing that there are many accessory structures that are close within the property lines surrounding me. So it's kind of.
Is this an accessory structure? Is that what that arrow is pointing at? Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that that wasn't someone's house, that you were up that close. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Look at the overhead. You can see, give a better idea. Although that labels it as 20 instead of 18.
It would be 20. I was just trying to make sure that was not someone's house.
So 20, yeah, so this would be this structure here, I think.
Okay.
Oh, we're not.
I think 18 is directly behind. Maybe on the page.
So Robert, as we're bouncing through, if this is approved, they still have to go back to the building department now, and then they've got to get a permit to build what's already built.
Yes,
and
they
then
gotta
comply.
get it after the fact, double speed building permit for any of the work that was done without a permit.
So that's the conversion of these dwellings, the building of the new
Correct, the
shed,
conversion
the
of
fences.
yeah.
Okay. Or just the beginning.
Yes. Or actually, we may be in this case in the middle, because I think, did you come in for permits and then we told you needed, yeah. So we're in the middle, so they got told they needed to get permits for the work they did. They came in, then they were told, well, you can't get permits for what you did because what you did doesn't conform to code.
Good. I just want to make sure everybody knew that wasn't the end.
Yeah, no.
Make a motion for approval.
I'll second that.
All right, we got a motion from Mr. Bennett, second from Mr. McKay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes unanimously in the variance. Avenue is that. All right, the next item on our agenda, B7 345 Blowing Fresh Drive. Illinois Council District 1, PMS number 269-4. 01-071, PUD, BZA 2026-002376, requesting a variance from section 54-3471 and the Wando Village Land Development Ordinance to build a pool within the 10-foot setback from the BCM critical line buffer with a 3-foot rear setback, 15 feet are required. The owners are Roger and Sarah Sabal. The applicant is Sky View Pools and Spa.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here on Blowing Fresh. See this wrong, Blowing Fresh Drive. You can see here in the aerial, the property, which borders on, the wetlands, behind it. This is a different version of our application. So the applicants are proposing to put a pool in or applicable. Okay, we've had other pools on Blowing Fresh though. Lots of pools in this community. So you can see here on the survey, okay, we have the building setback line from the critical line. So you have the critical line and then you have the building setback line. This is different than the actual rear building, our rear setback that would be established for every property. This is specific to the critical line for wetland protection and wetland river coastal protection. So you can see that there, and then here on the annotated version that they submitted, you can kind of see with all the notes that they would be proposing to build this pool, which includes some retaining elements and wall elements with elevation above grade, which is why this is here for this variance, essentially fully within that 10-foot setback from the critical line. And so again, in this community, they have a number of pools. So it's not unusual for property in this planned unit community to request a pool. They do have support from their HOA, from their architectural review board, with some stipulations that they provided there. They also have some letters of support from neighbors for requesting a pool. And as I mentioned, there are a number of pools otherwise in this community. All that said, it is staff's customary position to recommend denial for any request to build any kind of structural element within the critical line building setback, or the setback for the critical line. So given that this will have structural elements that are above grade as a part of the installation of the pool within that setback, staff is recommending denial.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application for 345 Blowing Fresh Drive? No one in opposition. Do we have the owner or applicant present? Yeah. Anything you'd like to say to the board?
Yes, I do want to address the board. My name is Joe Basil, who's representative for Skyline Pool and Spa, along with Roger and Sarah Southall, who were in attendance with me this evening. After going through the subdivision itself, I'm seeing a lot of these pools that have been built that are on property lines are like very close to the wetland areas, which I don't know if those have been applied for variances. I can't trespass on people's property and measure, unfortunately. But we're just trying to take an unusable space and provide a backyard environment for the Southall family to enjoy. This area is not on the water side or river side. The critical area, the wetland area, it kind of resembles like a dried up old marsh that once built. It looks like it's just used to shed water from the subdivision at this point, and that's why we're applying for a variance.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
There are two pictures in here with an existing pool in place. That's just an example of a neighborhood house?
Yes, this is not, they've not built this pool. This is another property within the community that has a pool.
Probably included in the
There's three
application.
different
so
examples.
there are
Yeah.
other pools in the neighborhood.
I just wanted to make sure it went after the fact.
Yeah, no, this is not an after the fact.
Okay.
But
Yeah, this is a community, I believe, one of our bigger home builders built, and again, I think they built them some with pools, some with the expectation that they could build a pool later.
And of course, the critical line has changed. And when the critical line changes, the buffer changes. So
Yeah.
what was built, and in fact, the buffer is not a forever thing. I don't know how to do this neighborhood is. or
Which is
old.
part of the reason why we have the buffer, and then the setback is
Right.
with the understanding that the critical line will change, and so not building structural elements within that proximity where there's the likelihood of some shifting of that line as we've historically seen. Sometimes in, sometimes out. I mean, it is, we've had folks that have gained, if you would, usable area because the critical line was resurveyed and it showed that they had actually, the situation had improved from a building standpoint.
Well, I guess I'll state my position on it as usual. I just believe that that critical line buffer is, I mean, it's there for a reason. It protects property owner, it protects the wetland, and I don't ever like to see anything encroach that buffer area.
Would it be okay if I?
You can. Yeah, you can come up if you have something specific to say. Come on up. Are you the owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My name is Roger Southall. I'm not great at public speaking here, but I guess the one thing is the usable space in the backyard is very slanted. And just requesting a hardship to be able to use that usable space back there. But also I did submit some other plots, and I know that that's not really the hardship, but there were two properties across the street that put engineered walls 20 feet from the buffer. And the walls are, one is surrounding their entire property at the end. If I did send something to Christopher a couple days ago.
After the deadline.
But I apologize.
Add that into the record.
And then their neighbor, so at the end of the neighborhood, and this is right on the water, the neighboring house has also an engineered wall right on their property line, 20 feet from the buffer. I wish we could show those pictures. And then the other thing is the house 2 doors to your left, you can see there's a pool there. And then the wetlands and OCRM line, that all that is still the same distance. So a pool was approved there and 2 pools down the street, and it's a neighborhood.
Approved by this board?
I
sort of doubt it.
Yeah. I guess there's, been a precedence in the neighborhood to. I can see everybody's faces.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
I mean, I get, I can see where the people are building the walls and they're creating land, and, we're just trying to protect our backyard. So. That's what I got.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion?
I'll move for denial of
All right.
variance.
We got a motion by Ms. Grass to deny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Bennett seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes, and the variance for 345 Blowing Fresh Drive is denied. And just to give a little bit of editorializing, I think it's difficult for this board to find a hardship with a pool in most every case. Someday somebody will convince us that not being able to have a pool where you want it or in the location that you want it is a hardship, but it's tough to meet the variance test with that. Thank you for getting your argument. Wish you the best. All right, the next item on our agenda. is B8, 68 Murray Boulevard, Charlestown, Council District 8. EMS number 457-11-02-061, zoned SR2. BZA 2026-002-366, requesting a variance from section 54-301 and section 54-217B to build a pool with a 3-foot east side setback and a 3-foot rear setback, 9 feet and 10 feet are required. Owner is Douglas Berlinski. The applicant is Jonathan Yates. Number.
Mr. Chairman, so, I do, and board, I do want to make it clear and make, and again, this is part of why on the last one I was making the distinction about variance was to build the pool within the critical buffer building setback. That is a different setback than just the lot setbacks, which are the question on this one. So it is a different context in terms of these requests. This request is to build a pool in the rear yard of this property on Murray Boulevard. You can see the property here, and an aerial. Let's see, so when we get to the site plan, the request is to build a lap pool in this area of the rear yard. Again, you have the home here. Again, it's a lap pool. It's a pool, I do want to be clear, but we are given to understand that part of the reason why they didn't do something here more as a recreation pool is because it is a lap pool. It is intended for aquatherapy situation for a homeowner. It is here because, again, you can have an in-ground pool within the setback, the regular lot setbacks, that's not a problem. But because this is on Murray Boulevard, and a fully in-ground pool presents issues with a bad storm or a king tide. And so the applicants are requesting to have some structural elevation above grade for the pool, and as a result, that becomes an encroachment into the setback because you have structural elements of the pool that would be above grade. You can see pictures of where the pool would be in the yard. You can see folks who are in support of the application. So really all the properties that surrounds this, including the immediate neighbors that would be affected, again, potentially. And so the hardship here is because of the location of this lot. It's not necessarily the lot itself, but the location of the lot immediately adjacent to Murray Boulevard, which is right on the harbor. Again, a king tide makes a fully in-ground pool kind of a non-starter. And so that's why staff is recommending.
All right, thank you, Robert. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to the application at 68 Murray Boulevard? Seeing no one in opposition, Mr. Yates, you intend to present?
We're here for any and all questions, Mr. Chair, but we did want to thank the staff for their incredible help throughout the process. Chris and Robert have been incredible to work with. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Yates. I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I've just stated that it's difficult for me to see how a pool, the location of a pool, can be a hardship. And so you're going to explain why it's an unreasonable restriction on the use of the property not to have a swimming pool.
In this case, Mr. Chair and members of the board, Jonathan Yates, 105 Broad Street. We're dealing with an ordinance that's lessening it all. 54-217 was passed June of last year, I believe the 17th. And it came up, and I think the concept behind it is good. They made the differentiation between in-ground pools and above ground pools.
And I'm not gonna pick on the legislative body, because I depend on them a lot. The problem with the ordinance, it was just black and white, of in ground, above ground. What they should have done was had some kind of, say, 36-inch or some level where you would come at above ground. The issue here is the location of 68 Murray Boulevard. We're immediately adjacent to the Ashley River. Mr. Belinsky, since he moved into, and the background, his grandfather built the house in 1951. Families lived there for 75 years. Since he moved there, he lost a car. He lost a car from flooding. His grandmother had to elevate the lawnmowers to keep him from flooding. The purpose here, he has a severe back injury. For many years, he lived at the dockside condominium. He had the on-site pool. He moved here. One of the key reasons was to put in this therapy pool to conduct his therapy.
Which would have been permitted, but before the recent ordinance change.
If I was here this time last year, well, I wouldn't be here because the ordinance came in June 17th of last year.
After he purchased the property.
Yes, after he purchased the property, the ordinance came in. And again, not to pick on the legislative body, but there should have been like a 36-inch or 48-inch, something. What defines an above ground pool? And in our case, the whole purpose, we're asking for 28 inches. We're only asking for a 28-inch raise. Why? So the pool doesn't get knocked out by the Ashley River a couple times a year, where all the equipment gets knocked out. You have all that mud in the pool, you lose the filters. It basically makes the pool unusable. But this time last year, if say I was here this time last year, I wouldn't be here because the ordinance didn't pass till June 17th of 2025.
And the pool is for therapeutic purposes?
Now, I might get invited there, okay? And if you think, Douglas,
Are you in fee agreement?
I'm on a tough one tonight because I'm here with my best friend. This is my best friend in the world. How he does this, I don't know. But he swims an hour in the morning and almost an hour at night. He has to do it for his back. Since he left dockside, he's been waiting to build this pool. He's been like a swimming hobo. He has to go around town trying to find where he can swim. I think one time was it over Christmas when everything was closed, he had to rent a room in a hotel so he could use their pool. The purpose is he has a very severe back injury. This therapy works. At dockside, he was in one of the townhouses at dockside. He'd walk out his front porch, go down the steps, do his swimming. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it for 2 hours a day. Yeah. The purpose here, his grandmother's house. Does the house flood? Yeah. That car you saw in the pictures, that's Lexus that got flooded. And the one in the picture.
Yeah, we were out of town.
Yeah. That car got flooded out. And again, his grandmother living there, she found that they had to build a platform for the lawnmowers because she kept losing lawnmowers to the flooding. What is the hardship here? What is unique about this? It's location right next to the Ashley River. It's flood prone. It's something that the property has endured, will continue to endure. And the other thing too, you look at the letters of support, all 5. 64 Murray Boulevard, Cameron Stir, 70 Murray Boulevard, Sarah Smith. We go to South Battery where Mary B. Bradford White put in support at 109, Craig Sherrill at 111, and Patricia Seacrest at 113. They all said, no problem with this. And again, the ordinance is not even a year old.
Well, I should have known, Mr. Yates, that if anybody could convince me that a pool was in.
I'm not gonna swim 2 hours.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So is that something that we've ever considered, the hardship due to location of the lot, not the lot itself? Is that, I mean, because usually it pertains to the lot itself, so.
Yeah, so.
How do we get around that?
So it's the unique, well, it's not obviously unique because anything in this area is affected, but it's it goes back to the reasonable use of the property would allow, and the code would allow a fully in-ground pool. And this situation would allow normally a fully in-ground pool. But it becomes an unreasonable restriction from a staff perspective in that something we would otherwise allow is not responsible to do at grade. You have to, I mean, again, this is an area where we tell people to elevate everything. And in this case, they have to have those side elements, otherwise they risk contaminating and then getting chlorinated water into the stormwater drains and all the other stuff. And so that's, from a staff perspective, that's where we take the kind of the hardship element of it and make it more situational, because it becomes an unreasonable restriction, because you would ordinarily be able to do this at grade, but because of where it's at, the hardship becomes that you can't legitimately do this at grade. You have to have some elements above, and the exception that we have for pools does not allow that within 10 feet of the rear setback and doesn't allow it within the side setback. So once you get the structural element, I will say that this ordinance was actually meant to help clarify, because we were getting a lot of people who were confused about what a pool was that was above ground or below ground. To Mr. Yates's point, we have had a lot of conversations around, should there have been some level of toe stop essentially allowed. And this would be a place where a case might, in our opinion, would have been made for that. And then, like I said, there is area within this yard, if it was intended as a recreation first pool, like this is a place to go Saturday to chill, that shape would not be what's being proposed. And in order to do a lap pool, a therapeutic lap pool, actually even looked up like what are some of those specifications. This meets that criteria. And so again, in staff's position also helped support the fact that it became unreasonable for us to not allow for a pool at this location. That again, if it weren't for how close it is to the river, king tides and everything else, would be an overrulable situation.
Thank you.
And I think, there's something to be said on, and I'm not saying that it's obviously the city did anything wrong, because they didn't, but they had an ordinance change, and there's sort of almost an estoppel argument that he purchased the property prior to that ordinance change. He has this condition physically, and
Glad to make a motion for approval.
all right, Mr. McKay moves to approve. Ms. Grass seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes, and the variance for 68 Murray Boulevard is granted. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, B9, 211.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. Could I just ask the motion maker to clarify that your motion for approval is based on the staff analysis or finding about the unreasonable nature? Just given that we had the two items back to back and we had different rationales for each, I just want for the record to make it clear that that was kind of what your motion was based off of, if that's consistent with what your motion was based off of.
My motion was based on the applicant's needs, the irregular shape of the pool to accommodate a specific use, the fact that it did not encroach on any setbacks as related to environmental setbacks, however you would like to describe it, but we're not into, I'm going to go back to that previous application.
I will also add that there's no precedent established by any one given case.
Right.
And I don't think that I've ever voted in favor of a pool variance before, and I'm not sure that I ever will again. So that's where we are. This case had some unique circumstances that certainly weighed in favor of the applicant, and it may never again be wrong.
It was not a critical line issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that was my point, was
Yeah.
this was not potentially disruptive to other circumstances, so I like to create a strong record, just because.
Mr. Summerfield is actually, you convinced me because your whole position of it was allowed under, but the over, like the above ground.
Yeah.
So that was what
Right.
convinced me that it
Yeah.
was allowed, but then it,
That made it an unreasonable restriction
That's right.
because it's just the level of the pool and all of a sudden it becomes
Arbitrary.
unreasonable. Okay,
Mr. Chair, I apologize.
sure. All right, the next item on our agenda. B9, 211 Rutledge Avenue, Cannonboro, Ellisboro, County District 6, TMS number 460-11-01-0150 LD. Requesting a variance from section 54-301 to build 6 multifamily units with 1,992 square feet of lot area per unit, 2,250 square feet of required. The owner is NK Partners. The applicant is Alice Lee's. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so I'm gonna start off by making a clear record as to why this item is before you again. So previously, you have heard this item or an item that could arguably be characterized as similar to this, that was a variance request to allow for a 7 unit multifamily development on the site at 211 Rutledge Avenue. Because of the math, 7 units on this site would have had a lot less, or not a lot less, but it would have had a less square footage per lot or per area. And so this is a less intense request. And as a result, that is why staff looked at this and said it satisfies this is a different application than what the board heard before. Even if a number of the elements are similar, it is a less intense application. And traditionally, you make a modification to make an application less intense. We allow that to come forward as a new application. So just wanted to make that clear for the record. That this was not some kind of cutting the 6 month cooling off period short. This was our standard practice of allowing someone who reduces their scope of their request to come back. All right, so this is at the corner of Cannon and Rutledge Avenue. It is the site of the Fuel Cantina location that was subject to a pretty significant community debate about whether to demo the building, whether to allow for its relocation, and whether, if allowed to relocate the building on the site, whether to allow construction of new construction above the site. That all went before our Board of Architectural Review. They have received permission for to demo certain elements and relocate the historic gas station to the corner of Cannon and Rutledge, and then that frees them up for the remainder of the lot for the redevelopment project that is represented here as the Sanders ESO service station development. Lots of pictures of what they put to Board of Architectural Review. You've seen most of this, so I'm going to get to where the newer stuff is. Okay, so they have gone back after the prior hearing and reevaluated the capacity of the site. It is so after doing that, they've come back and they have identified that in addition to the relocation of the service station building, maintaining that towards the front, having that ideally be continue to be a restaurant with seating and what have you, that the site will accommodate with a pretty decent square footage per unit, 6 dwelling units on the site. Per the zoning that exists on the site, they are only able, without a variance, they are only eligible for 5 units on the site. And so they are asking for 6 units to be developed on the site. These would be units that they would be, I believe, individual ownership. I'm looking at the representative and he's looking away from me, so I'm going to say that's my understanding, is the idea is eventually it would be individual ownership. Maybe, maybe not. Because I'm not getting the confirming not. So it would have it's already received the variance last time for the commercial parking. So the site only needs to accommodate the parking that is required for 6 multifamily units, which they have identified sufficient parking to do that. You can see that's the ground site plan. This would be essentially the actual units, because unit number 6 would be above the parking, and then kind of the entry arch that they're proposing on the side. They've got floor plans that you can see how those would all lay out. They have their proposed elevation, so you can again see how the site works together. And again, case history on this site is that in April of this year, they did come forward for that previous variances, one to build the 7 multifamily units, and then the other was for the no off-street parking for the commercial use. They did get denied on the 7-unit multifamily designation. They did get approved for the commercial use of parking. So the only thing that is before you this evening is consideration to build a 6-unit multifamily development that would have 1,992 square feet per unit, where they are, I'm sorry, bless you, a lot area per unit where by ordinance they would need 2,250. Staff is, again, we believe that this site can accommodate that additional density. We believe that the applicant has done that in a way that is consistent with the plan for this area of town. Is the hardship in this case is kind of that unique element of maintaining that historic structure on the site that does take away from some of the potential on this site, particularly given that the Architectural Review Board in their capacity as our Historic Preservation Commission did not want something built on top of that. That would have given them more area. So again, from a staff perspective, we think the site can accommodate the 6 units, and we support the variance request. In your comment or in your public comment packet, you do have a letter from the Preservation Society addressing their continued concerns with the project. And then there were other communications letters of support from neighborhood association as well as some of the area residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here who wishes to speak in opposition to 211 Rutledge? I will hear from you in just a few minutes. Owner applicant, unless you're going to speak.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you. And Robert, thank you for that introduction, because this is a matter that has been before the board before. If we look at the math, the lot size is 11,956 feet. So if you divide that by 2,250, which would be the typical lot size, it's equal to 5.3. So you can't build 0.3 of a unit, of course. And so what we're looking to essentially ask for is for that 5.3 to be taken to 6. Not to 10, not to 15, not to 20, but just from 5.3 to 6. As Mr. Summerfield explained, this project has gone before the BAR, and he mentioned a community debate, but let me be clear with each of you. that community debate is not with the Church of the Holy Communion. They support the project. It's not with the Canterbury Elliott Borough Neighborhood Association. They completely support the project. It's not with the owners of the businesses around Rutledge. They completely support the project. Now, there has been a movement to protect buildings that are sort of built in the 50s and 60s, like a gas station, right? The mid-modern movement that is certainly prevalent with the Preservation Society. And so that was a lot of where the debate came from. But the stakeholders in the area and the neighbors in the area are in strong support of this project. And Robert, with regard to whether it goes into individual ownership or whether it is in a ownership by a group and is used as a rental, I want just to mention that to you, that support applies in either instance. And I didn't want to nod or shake my head in response to your question in a way that I obviously wouldn't want to say anything to mislead the board. The ownership is looking at this in two ways. They're looking at it as that they may sell those units or they may continue to hold those units. From a planning standpoint, it's a multi-family project. But again, when we look at these groups, this is one of the more active neighborhood associations that I've had the opportunity to deal with, SENA as they're called. They support the project either way. The Episcopal Church supports the project either way. And so I want to just take a moment because I think that these letters of support are particularly important. This is from Marion Hawkins, the president of the Canterbury Elliott Borough Neighborhood Association. SENA supports density variances when a project demonstrates a high level of architectural design and merit. Recent examples are 89 Cannon Street, 186 St. Philip Street, and the recent PUD at the corner of Cannon and Rutledge, Pioneer Alley. This project, meaning 211 Rutledge, meets and exceeds that standard based on the architectural elevations that the applicant developed in close coordination with our design committee, and will set a new benchmark for design quality in our neighborhood. And I know this is a Board of Zoning Appeals. You guys do not do the architectural review that the BAR, L and BRAS do. But that's what the neighborhood association is saying. They want this, they support the density, they like the project. Look at where we are now. We have a Esso gas station from some decades ago that is no longer a restaurant. Fuel Cantina has closed. The proprietor of Fuel Cantina is still the owner of the building. NK Partners has the project under contract. When you look at these, and I know that several of y'all are in this business, the difference of that 0.7 unit from going from 5.3 to 6 for a project like this is critical because you've got expenses involved with relocating and preserving the Esso gas station, which will, as y'all may know, is going to be a restaurant use that's going to be moved to the corner. And across the street, Pioneer Alley will also have a restaurant use that will also be on the corner. I think that project came before this board briefly, but it went before the Planning Commission for a rezoning. It went before City Council to become a planned development. That project, ladies and gentlemen, is going to have 40 units of density on a little over 0.6 acres. So we're looking at a request to go from 5.3 to 6 on 0.275 acres. So the prior decision was to deny the request for 7, but we are asking for this request for 6. And again, we've gone back. That letter from SENA that I quoted was dated May 27th in support of this application. How about the Episcopal Church? You can see it on the aerial behind here, and you're all aware of it at the corner of Cannon and Ashley. We have the support of the church and Father Trentleman. I've met with the developers proposing this project, and I've been thoroughly impressed with their plans and the care they have taken to approach it with the utmost care and attention to detail. Their creative approach to integrating the existing building into their plans for this important and visible corner, as well as their concern for their relationship with us at Holy Communion as their immediate neighbors, have proven to me that they are genuinely invested in the impact this project will have on our community. As their neighbor, I can tell you that the current condition of this site does not serve our corner of the neighborhood well. The prospect of a thoroughly designed development with the historic building restored and relocated to re-engage the streetscape is something that our church community welcomes. 6 units is very reasonable for this site, and the additional residents and activity will only strengthen the fabric of daily life in this part of Kenneboro, Elliott Borough. I understand, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a popularity contest, but I want y'all to understand, and I know you don't need me to quote and read letters to you that are in the record, but this is very important, that you have that level of support for this project and for this request for density. Obviously, we're here in front of y'all to let you know that this meets the four-part density, the four-part variance test. Now, again, when we look at the extraordinary and exceptional conditions related to the property, it is the location of a gas station which needs to be relocated and preserved. So that gives you a constraint from the get-go. It is a corner lot. It's not of a large size. It's limited business, so it allows this use, but it's in a old city height district that only allows you to go to 2.5 to 3 stories. So when you add those items together, as well as issues with the floodplain and what you can do at ground level and below ground level as being limited, and it being an adaptive reuse project, that again, it's just asking for 0.7 of an additional density unit. There are some extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. And again, stand on Cannon, look right across the street at Pioneer Alley. You're going to have 11 short-term rental units, some workforce housing units, some owner-occupied units, a 3,000 square foot restaurant, and about 1,000 square feet of space. So when we look at what the neighborhood, where it is and where it's going, and what the city, the different groups of the city have recently approved, this is absolutely is an infill project, supports what is, it's consistent and it's supported by what else is going on. And I don't mean to argue that as some kind of precedent. This board's not bound. But when you look at what's going on and what the neighborhood wants to see and what the neighborhood supports, it's very important to consider those issues. And so that part of the variance test is met. Again, do these conditions apply to other properties? This is the one that has an old filling station on it that needs to be relocated, that has those issues, that's of that size. And again, my clients are under contract with the owner, and the need for this project to work. The need for the project to work, and that 6th unit is key. That's a lot of times that's where the profit comes from, is that last unit that you can build. And the impact, though, is not outsized with the importance of that to be able to do that, because you have expenses that you wouldn't normally have relating to relocating and reusing the SO property. And also, when we're looking at, again, it wouldn't prohibit the use of the property, but it would unreasonably restrict it. Because you look at the Charleston city plan and where things are trying to go with density, with infill, with city corners, with neighborhood edge. These concepts that are all talked about in the city plan would call for a project like this to be allowed. Again, but that 2,250 square foot restriction essentially predates the city plan and would be intended to apply on sort of a limited business basis throughout the city, as opposed to in this specific circumstance. So, and moving forward from there, the variance would not cause substantial detriment to adjacent property to the public good. And that's why I spent that time reading from those letters. And there are others. Patrick Price, who owns 210, 212 Rutledge Avenue, that's in a restaurant use, supports the project. The owner of 208 Rutledge supports the project. Vince Graham is a member of CENA and a resident, supports the project. And as y'all may know, when you get a letter from CENA, that isn't just because someone said, hey, bud, would you write me a letter? They meet, they talk about it, they vote. So when you get a letter from CENA that indicates the neighborhood association supports it, that's truthful. That is a legitimate meeting and a vote with dialogue that involves the architect and the owner. And so that's where the neighborhood is on the project, including the church next door. Again, Robert, thank you for that clarification and the ability to come back. The client called me and said, well, here's what happened. What are our options? And I said, let's go back with 6. Let's go back with 6. Let's explain some more about what we're trying to accomplish and how that 0.7 of a unit makes the project work. Again, for a corner that right now doesn't work. It's a former gas station, now abandoned restaurant that is calling out to be redone. And my client has the wherewithal to do it, but again, needs to have the incentive to do it, or else the project doesn't proceed. So with those statements, and again, and I don't mean to overtalk, right? But there's those letters in support. There was, of course, the Preservation Society plays an extremely important role in this discourse and in our city. But again,
Where's
this
the store, Charleston, on this one now?
no comment that was presented in connection with the agenda item, but have we had separate communication with
So
them?
we may hear from representative.
Yeah, oh, okay. Oh, is that, oh, I'm sorry. So is PSC, that's who's not here?
I guess so, I guess.
They submitted
Preservation
a letter.
Society sent a letter.
Okay.
and the store of Charleston is here.
I'm sorry. Good to meet you. So, right, so then we'll hear from them, and I may have the opportunity to rebut. But again, that's where we are. And again, one last comment is that I know that there's been a concern about, well, does this turn into a short-term rental? And that's certainly something that could possibly happen because it's allowed in this area. And is there some discussion about whether to constrain the property? And I would just ask on behalf of the owner that not be done, because let's go in a couple different directions. Let's say, and Mr. Hugh, I'm going to be in your area for a minute. Let's say if it gets regimed in some way and you have an unequal unit, you have 5 units that can be short-term rental and you have 1 that cannot be, that creates conflicts within the regime itself in terms of the value, the governance, the needs, the desires. You've got 1 unit that's different from the others. Plus, if it is owned in a multifamily sense and it's not in a regime, you've got 1 occupant whose needs, desires, and wants are going to be different from the 5 others. And so it just creates an inconsistency that just for having that 0.7 of additional unit. And Robert, it may well be, these may well be sold as individual units. Again, that's not something that the market's going to dictate a little bit for the client. But in either instance, it'd be difficult to say, okay, well, which one's going to be the short-term rental restriction and how do you deed restrict that if the property is not subdivided? So there's a lot of complexities that come in with that, and I understand it. But again, when we look at this area with the institutional uses, with the medical university, the church, and with Pioneer Alley and those sort of things, this is a corner that the city has supported density. And so this going from 5.3 to 6 is something that we'd ask for you please to consider and approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Question, what is the, and you may have already addressed this, and my mind might have been wandering, so I apologize, but yeah. The parking, how is the parking going to be handled for this project?
Yeah, I can address that. Good evening. My name is Anthony Sissel. I'm the architect and urban designer on the project. I'm at 30 Stocker Drive in West Ashley. The parking essentially for the residential units all park themselves. We have the 6 units. There's sort of a common I call it a motor courtyard that enters Alfred Rutledge. You can see it there, sort of the brick paved drive that comes in, and we have some of the parking that is underneath units 5 and 6 to the north there, planned north, and then just to the south of that, unit 3 has just an open parking space behind it that pulls in there. And then units 1 and 2, just sort of a duplex building on Cannon Street, have pull-in spots from Cannon Street.
Okay. And so there's no variance need or request for parking on this project as designed?
No, because you've already granted the only parking variance as a board in the previous meeting, and that was limited to the commercial that would be related to the reuse of the gas station. The residential parking, because it's multifamily, it's actually got a lesser per unit number, and so they've satisfied their parking requirement.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, please? Sorry, not to be picky, but
Yeah.
this says unit 7. Can you just explain what that
Oh, that's
means?
probably a typo from the previous graphic. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure it wasn't a unit.
Yeah, that should say unit 6 structure above.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a typo.
So
Yeah,
unit
you
6.
can see there. And actually, if you go to the elevation.
Yeah, I
you can
was
see
confused
better.
about that, yeah.
The unit 6 part of it actually spans over that entrance that you see it there.
Okay, thank you.
If they were only gonna do 5 units,
They wouldn't be
they
here.
wouldn't even be here.
No, they would be done with the prior variance for the parking.
And I wanted to ask you a question too, because I know that we've heard a lot about it, but we can't consider economic hardships. But what I heard from you is that the special circumstance is that they're saving and moving the historic gas station, which is prohibiting them from having more density on the lot that they could have if that space weren't there, because they can't build above it.
Correct. And again, I want to be clear, other intensity. So again, the idea would be if that were commercial space, they weren't saving the gas station, they could do a lot more, a lot different things with that space. Additionally, even using the gas station as commercial in the agreement and the work that was done in the communication at the Board of Architecture was not to build anything on top of the gas station as well. So in that, it felt like that's a hardship. That is reserving a part of the LB property that could otherwise be argued to have a higher and better use than just having this 1-story service station turned restaurant element on it. And I want to be clear, as the planning director, I fully support the compromise that the BAR and the community and the property owners and the development team and the architect designer for this project have done. I think, again, part of the reason why staff is supporting this as the zoning administrator side, as well as the planning director hat, is because this is a good compromise of a number of city values coming together to in this variance. But yes, that from a city perspective, from the zoning, the hardship here was the unreasonable restriction that and the loss of use of a portion of the site to accommodate the historic preservation of the site.
I have a question for.
That you can't take me to court and say that the planning director said that was an unreasonable restriction. I'm not suggesting that it's an unreasonable restriction in that the site can still be used for many, many things. But in the calculus of this, that was taken into account that preserving that building does create what I think is opportunity elsewhere on the site to be a little bit more accommodating.
But it doesn't change the 5.3 units because the
No.
lot is still 11,956.
No, exactly. It does, that does not affect the lot area calculation, no.
Okay.
An LB could be many, many things.
Yes.
How long have they been, how long have you been involved in this property? How many iterations, how much time? has gone by?
We worked with the design team well before they ever started any application process with the BAR. So we've had a lot of back and forth with
Over a
them.
year?
Yeah.
About a year.
Yeah, it's about a year, maybe just a little more.
All right, anybody else who wishes to speak in favor of the application for 211 Rutledge Avenue? I see no one else from in opposition.
Good evening, Kate Utilities for Charleston Foundation. Here to speak in opposition to the application for a variance from the minimum lot area requirement. While we appreciate that the applicant has reduced the number of proposed units, we maintain our position that the application does not satisfy the hardship criteria. The conditions at 211 Rutledge Avenue are not exceptional and extraordinary, nor would application of the ordinance prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. Being a unique historic structure is not a hardship. The record reflects that the property has supported viable use in the past, and there is nothing presented to suggest it cannot continue to do so under the existing zoning. We do not believe that a developer's profit margins should be considered part of the hardship test. Additionally, the applicant has not demonstrated that the requested variance will not be of substantial detriment to the public good or the character of the district. If approved, the resulting units could be used as short-term rentals under existing zoning. In a city facing ongoing housing pressure, additional units with potential for transient occupancy raise concerns regarding neighborhood stability, infrastructure capacity, and the preservation of the district's residential character. Because the applicant has not met the criteria required for a variance, we respectfully recommend that the board deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you
Thank you. And just briefly, I know you guys got more items after us. So,
I want to make sure that nobody else.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't
sorry.
see anybody else here to speak in opposition to 11 Rutledge.
this is what the neighborhood wants. The neighborhood wants a reuse of that restaurant, an upgrade of that restaurant. They want a residential use. While a lot of things, limited business can become a lot of things, this is the best thing for it to be. This is what's most compatible for it. So again, when we're looking at a hardship, right, and having to work around that and the expense that's associated with that, when you look at what's an unreasonable restriction, and you look at the other uses that are around it, you look at Pioneer Alley across the street, it's an unreasonable restriction when you look at what is going on in that neighborhood. Because again, there's a fractional unit of density that's available. It's 5.3. Taking that to 6, again, to make the project viable. Because I believe respectfully that you can look at those considerations because it's an unreasonable restriction when you don't allow for a project to become viable. And while it's been many things and it's been other things in the past, it is now an abandoned former restaurant and a former abandoned gas station that the neighborhood really wants to see revitalized and redone. That takes effort, that takes expense. Mr. McKay's in that business. He knows, and all of you know, what we're saying about that. But again, when you look at that and you can realize that it is an unreasonable restriction, we've got planning department support and the neighborhood support agreeing that that would be an unreasonable restriction. When you look at that project and you look at the architecture of it and what it'll do, you can recognize it's not a detriment to the neighborhood. And the city has decided that short-term rentals are appropriate for this area. So to hold that against the applicant is not appropriate. And again, the 6 units, as Mr. Summerfield has said, as the neighbors have said, is an appropriate, effective use to overcome what is otherwise an unreasonable restriction to work around that. But what can be compatible with that are these units and this use. And so for that reason, to allow for a reasonable use and a reasonable utilization of the property, because again, people can walk away and what someone may come back with 2 years to do with that. And again, that at that point, the application might be, well, no, we're not going to save the Esso station. It's now the roof has fallen in. We're going to ask for it to be torn down. So in this, when you look at the creativity and the thought, as Mr. Tibbles mentioned, and Mr. Summerfield confirmed, over a year of planning and work. And again, to come back and to make this limited request for 0.7 units of density, I'd ask that you please recognize that the variance test has been met and approve that additional request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Yes, comments, discussion,
Please
questions?
clarify, just since it was repeated again, the board cannot consider economic hardship.
It's not a part of the test. Correct.
That's right. Okay, thank you. I just wanted, no matter how I vote, I just want to make sure if I vote for it, that you know, that is not a consideration I'm making.
I do think that besides the economic part of it, though, just having that, if you look at how much of the site plan that takes up, just from a feasibility standpoint on what you can build and what you can't build, if you are going to keep it or move it.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't see how that doesn't restrict what you can do here from a feasibility standpoint,
agree with that.
you know. Certainly exceptional or extraordinary to have a old gas station on your small site.
But a good challenge.
Yeah, I mean, but I think they've done
Good
it.
use of.
Yeah, I think they've done a great job
The use of the corner.
Yeah.
The question is,
I certainly
how many
understand
units?
the objections and the, continued objections from Preservation Society and the Historic Charleston. And I understand their rules and their aims, but it does hold a lot of weight with me that the neighborhood views the project so favorably.
Save a gas station for 0.7 of a unit.
Further questions, discussion?
I'll make a motion for approval.
All right, Mr. McKay moves to approve.
Okay.
All right, we've got a second from Mr. Hewitt. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Richards is opposed. The variance for 211 Rutledge is approved by a vote of 4-1. Thank you. All right. Next item on our agenda, B10, 14 12th Avenue, Wagner Place, Council District 6, CMS number 463-05-1, 060 SR2. BZA 2026-002378, requesting a special exception under section 54-501 and a variance from section 54-301 to build a detached single-family dwelling unit on a lot of insufficient size. 2,506 square feet are existing, 6,000 square feet are required. The 2-foot west side setback, a 0-foot east side setback, and a 9-foot rear setback, 9 feet, 9 feet, and 25 feet are required. The owner is Raven Real Estate, Inc. The applicant is Neil Stevens. Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so you can see the property here is this, the kind of triangular tip of this property at 12th Avenue and Grove Street. You can see it here in the aerial. It is immediately adjacent to the substation. Right here in that space. This is actually an application that the board approved back in 2008. Unfortunately, obviously those entitlements have expired, but it appears that they're now ready to move forward with a project at this location. And so they are meeting they're meeting as much as they reasonably can, given the unique nature of this lot. Again, I mentioned this is a kind of a triangular lot. It is a small lot. It could be argued that maybe we shouldn't have zoned it residential, but we did. So it is a residential lot. It is a lot of record. So development of a home on it is appropriate. It has previously supported is it a sweet shop? Is it a sweet shop? That's what it was. Everybody know?
It was a corner store.
Corner store, okay. So it's previously has supported a corner store here. So it can, it has the ability to or has demonstrated the ability to be something. Again, it is a very unique circumstance of the way the lot is configured. The designer has proposed a home that again is not overly ambitious in terms of its floor area, that is responsive to the various elements of the property to the extent possible. It is very difficult to get a square or rectangular building on a triangle lot. And so that's, here's some elevations so you can kind of see how all of that would work together there. And here you can just see the December 2008 approval of both the special exception for the lot of insufficient size as well as the setback variances. Again, that was approved back in 2008. And so now they are ready to move forward with this project at this time. So they're just requesting those request again. We have not seen anything of substantive change in the area since 2008 as it relates to this request. I mean, obviously, we've seen a lot since 2008, but in terms of the board's previous findings, nothing has changed substantially. We did not receive any comment related to this from the Wagner Terrace Neighborhood Association or other property owners. Staff is recommending support of both the special exception and the variance consistent with the board's findings in December 2008.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody here in opposition to the application 14 12th Avenue?
I'm not qualified as opposition. I'm more concerned, I guess. I'll go down as opposition, but.
You can speak as a maybe. We'll hear from the owner or applicant first, and then we'll hear from you, sir.
Thank you. Neil Stevenson. So this property was actually platted in 1918. So it was well before the SR area and setback requirements were set. And again, we did design a house for this in 2008 and presented it to this board, and it was approved. But the owner did not follow through at that time. So it was put on hold, and now we're picking up, and it's actually a decent piece of property, but its neighbors are the substation and a dog park. But I think it would make a good contribution to the neighborhood. And if anything, it'll kind of hide the substation a little bit. But again, this was approved by the board. Previously, we're not asking for anything more than what we asked for, than what was approved before. And we're also under this lot coverage. So even with such a small lot, we're still under lot coverage requirement. So we take that into consideration. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Stevenson while he's here? Okay, thank you, sir. I have a feeling that our maybe speaker here might have a couple questions that maybe you can answer. Sure, come on up.
Hello, my name's Austin Middleton. I live across the street on Dunneman. I'm on the corner of Dunneman and 12th. You can see my house right there. Honestly, I'm not passionately against this because, you know, it's better than what is there now. I mean, it's 1918. Wow. Okay. It's an amazing little store that's got a lot of history there. And it obviously predates my house, which was built in 2012. So that was an empty lot. How small will you guys go though, as far as a sizable lot? Your restriction is 6,000 square feet, and that's 2,500. So we're getting down to almost a third of the size of what's required.
Robert, how far will we go?
It's like limbo. That's what how low will you go is limbo. We'll go as low as somebody can demonstrate that they can legitimately build a single family home if it's a single family lot,
right,
platted and otherwise can accomplish. Now, do we prefer for it to not need any other things like setback issues and what have you, lot coverage, what have you? Yes, we love, love is a strong word. We regularly fully support, as in no issue with a lot of insufficient size. We have a number of those on the peninsula. As was mentioned, you know, this is a lot that was created well before our current zoning standards. And in fairness to folks on the peninsula, a lot of our current zoning standards that we apply on the peninsula are built around a suburban single family detached model, a post-World War II model. So
they aren't really consistent with the development patterns, particularly in a city like Charleston and an area like Wagner Terrace. And so, or Maryville, Ashleyville from earlier, since you were, I think you've been here for the whole meeting. And so, you know, we will, again, generally, we will recommend for a lot of insufficient size, as long as it can be demonstrated that it can, the lot can be built in such a way that it can accommodate the home.
Okay, so 2,500 feet is doable.
It is, based on the plans that have been submitted, it is doable to use. Now, who that eventual owner and user of that is going to be, I don't know.
Right.
Because it's going to have some unique characteristics that may not make it a house for everyone, but it'll be a house for someone.
Sure. And my understanding is that the current structure as it is will be doubled in size to the, I guess if we were using a direction to the south. Is that, so is this the current structure right here? And then, oh no, there it is, existing building. Oh, wait, I'm backwards. I'm sorry. So the building's here and then you're gonna put the 2-car kind of carport along with something on top. So it'll be a 2-story deal on top of the current footprint.
Actually, yes.
So that.
It'll be a 2.5 story.
I might be able to help.
Yeah.
The city has asked us to demolish the existing structure.
Okay.
But that's gonna be the next application, will be to demolish the concrete block structure.
All right. Yeah, I'm here just out of curiosity, wanted to know what the plan was and I'm very interested since I'm right across the street. And we planted those trees along the street. I don't know if you could see it from one of these aerial photos. Basically, all these trees were planted shortly after I moved in, just to by the city to hide it, because it's kind of an eyesore. So you know, I'm looking for an improvement. You know, I'm all in on, you know, you wanting to put some, Michael wanting to put some money into it. But I'm just concerned about footprint size and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I'll let these wonderful people decide here. So, I'm back off. Oh.
Any other questions? Any discussion?
I'll move for approval.
All right, Ms. Grass moves to approve. Is there a second? Ms. Huey seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none are opposed, the motion passes.
Congratulations.
Variance and the special exception for 14 and 12th Avenues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next item on our agenda. B11, 1851 Dasher Avenue, Rosemont, Council District 4, PMS number 464-01-00-125, known as SR1. Requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a detached single-family home on a lot of insufficient size, 3,000 square feet existing, 9,000 square feet required, and a variance from section 54-301 to allow a 4-foot north side setback and an 8-foot south side setback, 9 feet and 9 feet are required. The other applicant is Master Contractors LLC.
Mr. Chairman, member for the board, so you can see that the property in question is here on the map. It's kind of mid-block on Dasher Avenue, here just north of Odessa Street. And it is in this neighborhood, again, this is a historic neighborhood that has existed for quite a while before zoning and modern zoning existed. And so we have lots of all kinds of sizes in this neighborhood, and very few, if any of them, actually achieve the SR1 lot size minimum. You can see here in the aerial some of the different homes.
Again, lots of essentially long lots, mostly very narrow. The applicant is proposing on this vacant lot to put in a new single-family detached home. They are proposing to do something that's relatively modest, nothing nothing overly ambitious in terms of the architecture or the square footage of the home. They are otherwise, other than the requests here, meeting standards in terms of lot coverage and parking and what have you. So even though it does look like a significant difference between the square footage of the lot and what the zoning would require, this is a community that has supported single family homes for literally generations. And so we believe that it is appropriate for the special exception. We also acknowledge, though, that in order to fit even a reasonable size home like is being proposed, because of the narrowness of the lot, the current setbacks may make that untenable to actually build something. And so we also believe that the request for the 2 side setbacks is appropriate as well in order to accomplish the development that's proposed. And so we're recommending both the special exception and the variance.
All right, thank you, Robert. Do we have anybody opposed to the applications for 1851 Dosher Avenue? Anyone in opposition? Do we have a gunner applicant? Anything you'd like to say to the board?
Yes, here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Move for approval.
Mr. Rath says to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Richard seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None are opposed. The motion passes. The special exception and variance for 1851 Dosher Avenue is next item on our agenda, B12. 1853 Dosher Avenue, Rosemont, Council District 4, TMS number 464-01-00-124, zone SR1, BZA 2026-002368, requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a detached single-family home on a lot of insufficient size, 3,000 feet existing, 3,000 square feet existing, 9,000 square feet are required, and a variance from section 54-301 to allow a 5-foot north side setback and a 5-foot south side setback 9 feet, and 9 feet are required. The owner applicant is Master Home Builder LLC, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so this is kind of the sister property, if you would, to the last item. Similar set of circumstances in terms of the lot size and the configuration. The house is being proposed here is slightly different, or not slightly, it's different than the previous the home that you looked at. And in this case, it actually will include a 1-car garage as a part of the home. Again, similar situation in terms of they're not proposing anything extravagant or overdone to meet kind of the modern idea of what you would need from a width standpoint. Again, these are long, narrow lots. They do require a variance from the setback. They can actually, on this lot, because of the size of it, they are actually able to do 5 feet on each side, which again, given the nature of this lot, seems reasonable. Similar lot of insufficient size issue, and staff is recommending approval.
All right, and just for clarity and just for my sake, these are lots that were originally platted as part of Rosemont and not, these are not
Correct.
created by subdivision.
You're right. This wasn't a new subdivision. This is historically, these are the lots. They don't meet our requirements of the code that don't allow for a lot of insufficient size. If you basically subdivided it and you own both lots and all that good stuff. I mean, technically, even if both lots were under common ownership, they still wouldn't meet the requirements of achieving a sufficient lot size for the zoning district.
Okay. Is there a motion? Mr. McKay,
Technically, is a different owner, so technically,
there's two masters.
Master contractor versus master home builder.
Yes.
It's the distinction.
All right, anybody opposed to the application of 1853 Dodge? Seeing no one opposed, do we have the owner of the app? Anything you'd like to say to the board, sir?
Question.
All right, Mr. McKay, you want to renew that motion?
I'd like to make a motion for approval.
All right, there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Huey, seconds the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No one opposed. The motion passes and special exception of the variance for 1853 are approved. Final item on our agenda, B13, 2320 Odessa Street, Rosemont, Council District 4. TMS number 464-01-00-138, zoned SR1. Requesting a special exception under section 54-501 to build a detached single-family home on a lot of insufficient size, 4,500 square feet or existing, 9,000 square feet are required, and a variance from section 54-301 to allow a 7-foot west side setback and a 7-foot east side setback, 9 feet and 9 feet are required. The owner applicant is Master Home Builder LLC, Mr. Summerfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so the property here is on Odessa. It is right near the marsh area here at kind of the end of Odessa Street. The applicant is proposing to build a new single-family detached residence on this lot. Is another Rosemont lot that again has existed well before our zoning, is larger than the other two lots we just looked at in the existing neighborhood, but only slightly, which is why you see a lot of insufficient size is still necessary. The proposed home being on the marsh there would be raised. Again, a very, I don't mean this in any way derogatory, but a very basic floor layout and very modest home adjacent to the marsh being proposed. And staff is recommending approval of the special exception for the lot of insufficient size, as well as the variance for the setbacks. I would note again, the applicant is proposing a house that needs to be raised, needs to meet kind of modern requirements, and is kind of doing so while maintaining as much of a side setbacks on a narrow, deeper lot as possible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Is anybody here in opposition to the applications for 2320?
Yes.
All right, anything you'd like to address before you hear her speak?
You can answer any question that you may have.
Come on up.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm here because one, I didn't know about this, I only found out about it yesterday. That there was something being built and had no information as to what it is. I represent the Fraser family and we own the adjacent lot since 1944.
And when you say the adjacent lot, what's 2324, got it.
Right.
I apologize, I didn't get your name.
Cheryl Fraser.
Sure.
Right, and my grandfather, William Fraser Hill, bought and established the homestead there a long time ago. So I was really more interested in understanding what was being done because we didn't know about it. My other relative who had to leave is on the other adjacent lot, and we were both kind of not understanding anything. We found out yesterday, and that this was today. So we really wanted to ask him what he was doing and see what he was doing. And my interest is primarily what impact will his setbacks, how close is it going to be to our lot next door? I understand it has to go vertical. That is the requirement now in that area since it is right on the marsh and in proximity to the river. And of course, that's advantageous for anybody who owns it. They're going to have beautiful views. So, but I would like to understand the encroachment on my lot. I just want to know how much space in between and that it does not encroach on any future site development that we would want to do or that it would create any issues with our sight lines. You know, that is sitting right on that fence line there, right next to the structure. So that is what I would really like to know. So it's not really an opposition. I'm looking for information because we were not contacted. We didn't know anything. So we're just trying to understand what's going on. It's been all of yesterday trying to understand what the request was and what that meant, because in my layman's term, I'm like, is he looking to go 7 feet over the property line? And of course, that was, you know, my simple thought. And I was like, wait a minute. Somebody needs to explain this to me and help me understand what's happening.
Thank you. You got just the person to do it.
Right.
And explain what he's got proposed.
My name is Antonio Ribeiro. So that is the site plan there. I don't know if we can make it.
This is as big as it goes.
Okay, so the floor plan is designed to be with 7 feet from each side of the property line. The neighborhood, it's common to see the houses being built on the property line or 3 feet from the property line. So what we're proposing there, we're gonna be 7 feet from each side of the property line, which is more than double than what you see on the neighborhood around.
And in terms of, we talked about the setback on the property, is it near the front of the property in line with the other homes that are already on the street, or is it set real way back?
I don't think that they are asking for a variance from the front setback.
No, we're not. We're gonna be in the, yeah, in the setbacks, yeah.
Within the approved setback, they're asking for relief on either side, which would affect your properties on either side if your family, I think you said your brother owns the other.
No, cousin. Yes.
Cousin, okay. So what is required by the zoning ordinance, if he receives a special exception to build on this lot, then his setbacks that he's proposing, I thought the plan said 7.5.
He's given himself overall room to construct.
Okay. So ultimately, he's asking for 2 feet of relief on each side to go 2 feet closer on this side and on this side.
So,
But none of that will impact your rights. None of that impacts your potential to do any additions to your home, to do anything on your property. By being at that distance, it also means that he's far enough away that like you don't have to worry about fire rating anything. You're not close enough that it prevents windows or anything from any future redevelopment on your site.
okay, and just to clarify, so from my fence, because there's a chain link fence there, it's 7 feet.
Yes.
It would be-
Okay.
Yeah. And I think you know the neighborhood much better than I do, Ms. Fraser, but I think you could see that some of these side setbacks are much pretty smaller than.
And your question about the front is they are meeting the setback for the front. This property, unfortunately,
Odessa for this block doesn't have that consistent frontage that I spent so much time on this morning. Feels like it was this morning. At the beginning of the meeting, talking about for the Maryville, Ashleyville on Main Street. And so we didn't apply that condition here. We have applied it elsewhere in the Rosemont community because there are other places where,
Across the street.
yeah, we did it across the street where there are very consistent lot frontages, but on this block face, we don't actually meet the code exception for that. So they're meeting the setback, so we did not say bring it forward. Yeah.
Just for the records, I just want to thank Christopher very much for his help during this whole process, explaining to us everything to be in front of you guys today.
I would just like to ask, as you know, it's a very old and historic neighborhood, and you know, gentrification is coming and it's here already in Rosemount. I think what the people of Rosemount would like, and the neighbors I've spoken to, if people are going to be building and coming in, and because clearly the architecture is totally different than what the historic neighborhood is about, it's just talk to your neighbors. Let us know what you're doing, so we have an idea. And we don't panic and want to oppose and complain. We're here. Mickey lives right next door and he's there all the time. Our property is uninhabited at the moment, but just let us know.
Yes.
Because we had no clue until yesterday, and apparently a sign was put there. And you know, we had a deluge of rain, and that construction paper lasted probably about 3 minutes. And we found it down in the dirt. We're like, wait a minute, you know, and had to dig it out and try to figure out what it said because it had been rained on. So it will be really good if obviously you're developing in the neighborhood. Talk to the neighbors, you know, they would consider that a sign of respect and would be helpful to them to understand what's going on, because a lot of changes are happening. And as you said, it's historic, it's a long neighborhood, and these are neighborhoods of people who own their property. We're not big renters in there. It's property owners.
Is there architectural review for this?
There's not at this time, no.
Yeah, it's coming. It's not there yet, but it's closing in fast.
There's not. This is a settlement community. It's one of the things that character appraisal has been one of the things that's on the list. Actually, I think we have a meeting coming up with some representatives from the Rosemont neighborhood, because you all have seen a number of special exceptions.
Yeah.
Because it is a community where the folks who do live there own, but as a result, we also have a lot of vacant lots, not vacant homes necessarily, but vacant lots, which are, you know, we're seeing those lots try to infill. And so I think we are very likely to see a more active Rosemont neighborhood very soon, in part because we're having conversations with them. But no, this is a situation where I would, my personal view, my professional view is that it is unfortunate that we do not have some level of architectural review for this community. Again, maybe not the stringent level that we have on lower parts of the peninsula, but I do think that we as a larger community have lost some something as a community, because the integrity of this neighborhood has been lost with the fact that there is no architectural review.
No, and it just appears random.
Yeah.
Kind of whatever somebody wants to build in there, just putting it in. So the identity of the community is certainly compromised and compromised.
So y'all hopefully will work together. What we're approving today, though, is the setbacks. We're not approving this design, so.
Yes. Oh, we're fine. You know, we
You're good
just
with that?
needed to know what, because we had no idea what. You know, and we just, like I said, information just kind of by randomly, and just by the grace of God, we found out about this meeting yesterday afternoon, 3 o'clock. I get a call. I'm like, okay, what does this mean? So my first call was for my attorney, explain this to me, please.
Mhm.
Because our, our concern is, what are we losing of people encroaching?
Right.
Because that is happening and that's a real problem for many of the historic neighborhoods. We have family members in Maryville as well, and that's happening in our historic neighborhoods. That's it, I'm fine,
You okay?
but please talk to your neighbor on the other side.
No, I bought this lot from across the street, the lady that lives across the street, and she said that she has, majority of her family live there.
Yeah.
And they're waiting to see new homes being built, so when I talked to her, she said, I have plenty of family there that can't wait to see a lot that is all dirty to have a new home. So that's our main intention, was never not communicate with the neighbor, because it seems like she represents also.
She does
Good.
not, and she is she is my family as well. Related as well. We have a lot of relatives up there, so.
Seems like they would, Rosemont might benefit from one of the neighborhood studies. Character appraisal.
Yeah, I think just granted it's not too late.
Yeah.
Move approval.
All right, Mr. Huey moves to approve. Second. One.
I'll make a motion. I'll second the.
You'll second.
Second.
So motion by Mr. Huey, seconded by Mr. McKay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have one opposed, McGrath. The motion carries by a vote of 4-1, and the special exception available for 2320 Odessa Street is okay.
Ms. Frazier, thank you for staying with us.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a long night. Thanks for hanging in there.
No idea. Good for it though.
Hopefully you have protein bar or something.